watch that live.
Yeah,
Does he go, do they do it in Evanston?
Mm-hmm.
Still do it, huh?
he does that there. and
Well,
all
it's
in-
supposed to be 102 here today. It says 95 on my phone.
Thank you. I'll get that.
Well, we're living in the banana belt nowadays, huh?
Goes over to E, so goes down in the hole.
The whole thing again.
Yeah, that's a that's a big agenda.
I talked to Todd.
Hey, Paul.
Because I've had so many people who want to 5 days a week. And that's what I'm doing from day one.
We've got a lot to do tonight, so we're going to keep things moving right along. First of all, our reverence will be by Karen Harvey, the Business Department Secretary. Karen left the building.
No. Making sure the mics were high enough.
Don't skip stairs, we're not in that big a hurry.
Our dear kind Heavenly Father, we're so thankful that we can meet together as a school board and look out for our students and what's best for them. And we ask that as the night goes on, we'll be able to have great conversation on the tasks that need to be discussed. And we're thankful for the many blessings that we have in our lives. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I hope it's warm enough for everybody.
I double checked the area's on.
You're sure?
I called me.
It's funny what we don't think about. Most of you know what I do for a living. So a big problem in southern Utah today is that the garbage can lids are melting off the garbage containers and running inside. So I guess we don't have anything to feel too bad about the metal rod where it goes through the back of them, and they're real stringent down there. So they called wanting to know if we had any metal lids that we could loan them, which everybody hates a metal lid. They weigh too much, but them lids is actually just melting on that metal rod and falling inside the dumpster. So I guess it's not hot here yet. With that, we're going to the leadership governance that's under number 1C. We're going to skip that. We will take care of that in the strategic plan for future board discussion. And so number 2, policy revisions, and we will turn for policy 006.0050. We will turn the time over to Jaime Leba for our curriculum director.
So last month, good afternoon. It will be good evening shortly, you watch. But so last month I brought a policy revision for Ashley Valley Education Center to reduce the number of credits. We went through a little conversations. I haven't received any feedback, any emails. I don't know, Rick, have you received any? I haven't received any feedback on the policy, on any of the questions. There were really no questions, but there's been zero feedback. And I know, I don't know if you want me to revisit why we were talking about reducing the credits. Remember, they're not reducing the core credits, they're just the electives. And I don't remember if Andy presented any data at that point, but I know there has been a lot of data presented on what this would do for the students and also for the school. And I know superintendent has had experience working in an alternative setting where he provided some information as well.
Jaime?
Yes.
Just remind us, we was going from 26 to 24, is that correct?
I don't have, is it 26 to 24? I don't have the memo right in front of me.
That's correct.
Okay, that is correct.
It's grades 9 through 12.
9 through 12, and it would start 2020, this year.
Board members, we got Andy here, we got Jaime here. We're gonna vote on this later this afternoon or evening, like Jaime said. So if you got any questions, now's the time.
I don't know if this is a question we can answer, but just how are we going to track? Can we just, I mean, I guess it's easy to track what happens in 2022 school year 2022.
Yeah, when they walk through, you see how many graduated. Right now, I think in working with Andy that we're going to track the school improvement plan, I believe, has a part of graduation. So we're going to be able to track ongoing if the kids are on track. We shouldn't wait till May to know whether or not they graduated or not. We'll know early on. So we'll be tracking that as we go.
Andy, this probably isn't a fair question, but I'd still like to know, do you have any idea, because I should have asked it beforehand, it just came to my mind. How many more students would have you had walk this year if we'd have been at 24? Not that it changes my feeling about it, but do you even have an idea?
I believe that we did some preliminary data for last board meeting, and so it was just right before graduation, and I believe that there were 6 to 9 students that would have graduated with AVEC. There were some that we were able to push over to adult ed. I think we had about 5 graduate from adult ed, but we lost about 6 to 9. So we would have had the 5 that graduated from adult ed plus the 6 to 9 that would have reported an AVEC graduation. But I think ultimately we lost about 6 to 9 this year.
Make a big difference in a lot of people's lives. Board?
This year was actually one of the bigger ones, because in that spreadsheet that we sent you, there were other years that it was less. And so this year was bigger. We don't know what to attribute that to. There may have been because of COVID, because of different situations in school closure last school year. But we don't know why this year was bigger than previous years. But in that spreadsheet, we showed that there was like 6 and 5 and 4. But this year was a little bit larger than typical.
Superintendent Jason?
You know, just in my experience, a lot of the kids that choose to go to alternative education, to an alternative school, these are kids that have unique circumstances in their lives, and many of them, they want to get done with high school and move on with life. And so to require them to take the additional electives to go from 24 to 26, it's just not real meaningful for them. They want to be done. They want to move on. Many of them already have had employment opportunities, and they're ready to go to work or whatever comes next in life. So it's good.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate you.
So before you leave, I just want to, Andy, if you clarified this, you said from spring of 2016 to spring of 2020, there were 49 students. The numbers that are in this memo, and 24 credits at 232 students who earned 26 credits, I'm just, as far as what's in this memo, those numbers are accurate, is what you're telling me, or, I mean,
I pulled those numbers, Andy. These are the numbers, the number 3.
From the spreadsheet?
From their spreadsheet,
Okay.
from Shane Lance.
Yes, as accurate as we can be, as far as sometimes there's some of those students, there's a possibility that they would have graduated had they gone to adult ed. So the difference between the 26 credit and adult ed are high schools. Both high schools have 26 credits, and adult ed is a state standard, and so it's at 24 credit. So had some of these students gone to adult ed, they could have graduated, because it's just those 2 electives, but for some reason they can't find their way from the front of our building to the back of our building. And so they miss out on the opportunity to graduate on time. So there's some of them, if they would have just taken off those 2 credits, so some of those on that number could have been core also and electives, but most of them, we tried to be as thorough as we could without going back on every single transcript.
I just wanted to make sure, as far as the memo that we're agreeing to here, was our numbers are pretty accurate, and so.
Yeah, pretty accurate.
Okay, no, I appreciate what you're doing. I think as a whole, from what I'm seeing, is it just gives that many more kids an opportunity to graduate, and something I learned this year was the fact that they could walk with their class, and I think that was awesome that they were able to do that, so.
Cool. Thank you.
Kudos to you.
Thank
You're doing
you.
great.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board?
Thank you for what you're doing there. It was really cool to see at graduation. I know I saw kids that I care about that had struggled and had the chance to graduate, and it was really a good thing.
Thank you.
And also, Andy, the tassels, the AVEC tassels at Uintah High graduation, that was great.
Tons. Tons of them.
Yeah.
It was cool year. It was cool.
You did well.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next 2 items are Julie Wild's policy 007.0810 and 0505. So we'll turn the time over to
Yeah, Julie's excused tonight. Rick will take her spot.
I'm not near as pretty, so
Well,
apologize.
Rick's not used to me calling him the right name anyway, so Julie, go ahead.
Fair enough, Dave, fair enough. As you can see in your memo, the main point in this policy is to make it match the Friday plan, but there's some additional feedback that came in, and so if you printed your memo before today, it won't be in there, but in the current memo, it talks about the additional feedback for recording attendance in remote online learning days. We need to put specific wording under section 5.0 that would identify using a learner-validated program. According to the board rule, when they audit us, we need to make sure that we're talking about learner-validated programs. And that's identified in the program as we talk about, if you go to 5.0, we eliminate the emergency measures, and it's just make it for the online learning. Once again, under 5.1, we eliminate the emergency circumstances and put USD may offer its students. And then down under 5.2, adding in online or remote classes will be taken by students' presence in the classroom, and then or their remote participation. And then under 5.3, 5.1, 5.3.1 and 5.3.2, there's some additions just to add some clarity to that. So software and online learning applications rather than just applications. And then under communications, putting phone, email, some examples, so, to help record that attendance. But we would add in the 5.0 heading that additional bit on the memo.
So Rick, just questioning where this was under an emergency circumstance in the previous, I just want to make sure that's worded in such a way that when I was reading it, that online is not an option unless offered by the school specific to their plan and those type of things. You can't take that out of
So we can't take the online.
out of
piece out.
context and say, I want online school 5 days a week type thing.
No,
Right,
so
is that-
this
is that
would
how you
be
read that?
That they may offer that for the students,
Right.
and so, as opposed to the will.
So the will, so may offer it. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't taken out of context as far as the 5 day a week or 1 day a week or however.
And this it could tighten up as we get going with the new plan, and we find we need to identify areas to tighten this policy as well.
Okay.
But this helps us move forward in the direction that, with the Friday plan, as well as to help meet some of the board rule mandates of that learner-validated program. Any questions?
Tanya, Scoot, Robin, Todd,
No, looks good.
any comments from you guys?
Good.
Thank you, Rick. They say we're okay on that one.
Okay, so you want me to move into the next one too?
Please?
Okay, so this one here is pretty simple. It's just adding some additional clubs, lacrosse club, and the dollar amounts there, and then the German club as well as outdoor recreation. This one is pending the risk management approval, and that's not to exceed the 609. So those would be added, as you can see, underneath the clubs section. It's page 5.
Is that lacrosse number typical to what other schools do across the state? It looks pretty high, but I know their gear is expensive.
I apologize, I don't have an answer to that. So.
Okay.
That helps replace teeth.
I can Google.
That's a lot of money, but.
But that's something that I can put on that note and have Julie look into.
Okay.
Board? Tanya?
That's my only question. Thank you.
Todd?
I'm good.
Scoot? Robin?
A lacrosse,
Nope, you already said no, you was fine.
a youth pole costs $119, so just the lacrosse pole part.
And
I
she
can
does have-
tell you, board members, in answer to Tanya's, I was on the committee last year when this was set up, and we wondered how in the world we was gonna get all this put together. Julie and them program supervisors are very diligent about what they get down and what the costs and stuff are in that program. Last year, they went through it, and I seen the sheets as they come out when it actually listed what they was spending money on, and Julie's very diligent about concerned about keeping them costs down for, I don't know anything about lacrosse, I'm not saying that I do, but I know Julie has always been very diligent about keeping them costs down as much as we could. I do know that. Is there any other questions? Rick, we took it just so easy on you, bud.
Because you couldn't remember my name.
Yeah, I didn't even call you Julie again, huh? Okay, we're down to policy revisions 2, number D and E. And we're gonna turn it over to our business administrator for 004.0200 and policy 04.0201. So Jason, we'll turn the time over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. We're bringing both of these to the board. It's gone through one round through our policy committee, but we would also like to get these on specifically the capital outlay, if we can get that approved and set for July 1st, so that we can have, because July 1st is the first day of our next fiscal year, and that's why we're bringing these as a first and second. So just to go over, the purchasing policy is to be reviewed every 5 years. Last time it was done was 12/21/2016, so we're right there. The finance, staff, and administration have reviewed and adjusted this policy. A few of the major areas that I'd like to draw attention to is the capitalization policy. There wasn't one. It was lumped in with the purchasing policy, and so we pulled 9.3 out of the old purchasing policy. We actually have a capitalization policy that we've pulled out and redone and revamped. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing, we've also altered a portion of the policy which puts administration in a difficult situation when we're completing capital outlay tests during the month of July. This is 9.1.4.1. It used to read $50,000 and on state contract we were able to move forward with. It now reads, and we'd actually like to amend, so the policy committee came up with an annual capital outlay request submission and has not exceeded the approved amount by more than 20%. A second approval by the board is not required. We would like to put this as a motion for the board that it now reads annual capital outlay request submission and has not exceeded the approved budget by more than the lesser of 15% or $250,000. A second approval by the board is not required. So it caps I guess any sort of difference in what you approved in April. And it has to be, these are all part of the line items that you guys approved. That's the only exception that we have to the normal way that we go about this. So just for those pre-approved line items that the board has already approved, we don't need a second approval to act. I will, in 9.1.4.2, bring everything to the board in arrears, so there's a full accounting of everything that took place, essentially, and ratify the decisions. The board will have the opportunity to ratify the decisions that have been made. So those are the three areas. Oh, and then conflict of interest in 9.2.1 and 15.2, we addressed and updated conflict of interest areas. And So there's those. And then I did ask, there's a couple of other things that administration would recommend be part of the motion, is to add an effective date of July 1st, 2021. Not today's date, but July 1st is when this would take effect. And then 10.4, the verbiage really falls in line with our normal process. Because we changed it through the policy committee. I don't see a need to even have it in there at this point at 10.4 because it really falls in line with the $1,000 threshold that we have already. We can just make the purchases under $1,000 without going through the procurement steps. And that's already listed in policy. And so there's no need for a 10.4. And then 15.2 needs to keep the language annually or. That was crossed out inadvertently. It's just an issue that I saw there. Because annually we do need to have a conflict of interest form completed by elected officials and by employees in our district. So I guess that's what I have for the for these items. Is there any questions?
Jason, I didn't throw have you done the effective date? I mean, is it in here?
No.
That's just something we gotta add.
Yeah, it would need to be added. There's 4 items that I would suggest be added to the motion if the board chooses to move forward with these policy updates. And they're listed in the memo on board docs.
So I only see 3. It's just the effective date, right?
Did you add the July 1st date was what you just added? That's not in that, correct? I didn't go back to that yet.
Yeah, so the items would be to add the language for the 15% or $250,000 cap instead of the 20%. The effective date is July 1st, 2021. 10.4 can actually just be removed. It's redundant.
We would leave 10.5 though, correct?
10.5 we would leave, absolutely.
But just change it to 10.4? Or?
Yes, yeah, change remove the current 10.4 and then, yeah,
Okay.
that's right. And then the 15.2, I don't want annually to be crossed out, and it was crossed out for some reason. Are there any other questions on the actual purchasing policy? Because I'd like to talk just a couple things about capitalization policy.
When they make the motion, can they just reference the changes made on the memorandum?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Or
so
would
whoever
it be
makes the motion, you can just
specific?
reference, in the business meeting, you can just reference the memorandum and say, items 1A through 1D, or you can just say the,
Except it's not on here, all of them.
They're
What's that?
on board docs, they are.
They're on board.
Maybe not-
Yeah, I just looked, they are on,
they're on
Oh, they're
board
on board
docs.
on board
On
docs.
the memorandum on board docs, so if you
Yeah.
just reference that,
Oh.
I think that's good enough. I don't think you have to read through each one of them.
That was it.
Did you board members get that note made down in your business meeting side of things for that motion? Okay, any questions for Jason?
Okay, just one additional thing for now we're just going to move into the new policy, the 004.0201, which is the capitalization policy, which we pulled and moved out. Just want a couple highlights on that. We have made some adjustments to that. We have a new new software that we're able to track assets much more efficiently. And so what we'd like to do is change our capitalization thresholds as far as things that have to go into our financial statements versus just tracking them separately to make sure we don't lose them. So We would like to increase our computer equipment. In the past has been a $200. We had to capitalize that and depreciate that. It was a lot of extra work, and it actually is causing issues with our grantors at the state of Utah, because it's not supposed to be that low. We're able to do it, but it flags us all the time when we're putting these are considered capitalized assets in our district. When we're doing grants and stuff, it just causes issues with coding. So we'd like to move all equipment, our threshold for capitalizing equipment, to $5,000. And in our vehicles, we also would like to actually go the other way. Instead of having it at $25,000, move it down to $5,000. So it just is it's either equipment or vehicle. Either way, it's $5,000. So we can be consistent and get it right every time. Instead of, oh, you got a Suburban for $26,000 and you got a Focus for $18,000. One's not capitalized, the other is. It makes it difficult. So we just like to drop that down to $5,000. So in one way we're increasing, and the other we're reducing. But it's all to be more efficient, and we are confident that we can track items that aren't capitalized. We can track those now, and they're assigned to people or to employees, students, or anybody else who we assign stuff to. So we're able to do that and then just expense those small ticket items in the year that it takes place instead of depreciating a $200 computer for 5 years.
You know, 25,000 is a tough one for vehicles, because literally you could have vehicles fall on either side of that, and it just makes it a management nightmare for us. So by moving the threshold below, every vehicle is going to be 5, so we can handle all of them the same. It just makes sense.
Anything we can repeat, the better we're going to be, even if it's more or less repeatable processes. So that's what I have, unless you guys have questions for me.
So, just on the consent calendar, I'll probably pull out, we need to pull out purchasing policy 004, 0200. Do we need to pull out capitalization policy too? Since we're making all those changes, do we need to?
You don't need to unless you'd like to make a change to the capitalization policy.
Okay,
So-
from what we,
Mhm. So if you're good with as is written, then you could leave it in there.
okay.
Jason, I have a question that's, and I don't know if you've thought about this or not, but where my mind is moving that threshold. So would that, like, you know, for most of us, a lawnmower that's $5,000, but a lot of yours are really way more expensive than that. So then where is that kind of equipment kept track of? I don't worry about a car that the superintendent's assigned to drive coming up missing. But what you see in big corporations is a snow blower or a lawnmower. Where does that equipment fall?
We're gonna leave that the same, and it's $5,000 or more is tracked in our financial statements.
Okay,
As depreciable equipment. And yeah, so those are remaining at 5,000. We tag those.
okay.
We know where those are at. We do audits and accounting for those and make sure that they're there. Yeah, the issue is just the vehicles. We're dropping the vehicles down to that threshold.
I'm with you.
So I guess Dave's asking, for all those pieces of equipment that are sitting out there, what's the accountability of it?
Great question. We do an audit each year, or at least every other year, and go out and actually scan the equipment.
Scan and audit, okay,
Yeah.
great.
And with this software, it's been great. It's really helped us with the Chromebooks. I hope I'm answering this question. I'm meaning to answer it with this, but it's just broadened our ability to track and assign things in the proper location. So we feel like we're really improving in that area this year. And it's been a plus to be able to even roll out Chromebooks, which, that's why I brought those up.
So are you in charge of that, or do you have a department that's in charge of?
We have a department that's in charge of that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Kim, Rodrigo, Karen, they're spearheading these audits, these capitalization audits, but it's also now to include non-capitalized items as well. So they're going through and accounting for everything that's tagged. Did I get that right, Kim?
Gord, this is a huge improvement. It's so much easier to have an automated system where you can scan the barcode and have, automation versus trying to do it the old-fashioned way. So I appreciate the business department, Jason, his leadership to try to become more efficient, and I believe we have. It's good. And the accountability piece is stronger than ever, right?
Yeah,
People know
that makes
there's an
sense to
audit
me.
once a year that keeps honest people honest, so it's good.
Jason, as you do that, will you make sure that as things move out of the system, that there's a way to, I've seen systems become disrupted or feel like they're not trustworthy because when we auction or move things out of the system, that at that time that they're taken off. So I'm sure that you guys have thought about that, but when we get 10 years, you don't want to be looking for something you auctioned off 10 years ago and it's gone.
Yeah, we're going through, we're cleaning up those items as well. We're taking this opportunity to make sure that we're cleaning up things that have been left on the books and that are no longer there. And we do have a process at the end of not at the end of the year, but we do a reconciliation at the end of the year. But we also have, for all capitalized items, there's a sign-off sheet to where there's a disposal process that we have, and it goes through and has signatures from the person disposing of it and myself. And then we move it over and it gets removed from the system. Yeah, great thoughts.
Thank you. Todd, any more questions for
I'm good, thank you.
Tanya?
I'm good.
Scoot?
Good.
Robin?
Good.
We'll let him get a drink of water and then are you ready to go again?
Yep.
I lost my place.
3A, I believe.
Minutes, 3A. And that's Jason Johnson also. We're just gonna keep you on the hook for a while, so let's start with 3A, would you?
Sounds good. We've prepared the minutes and had them out for your review. Just a couple of items on those. In the future, for public comment, we're going to try to just bullet those out because paraphrasing can sometimes lead to intent. We don't want to mess up somebody's intent, so we're going to summarize it down to the topic that they talked about and the timestamp so that somebody can go and listen to their own words and determine their own intent. That's some of the updates that we're going to do with obviously your approval, but that was a thought that we had to try to make the minutes a little bit more efficient to try to get them, and then also not ruin someone's intent, not try to determine someone's intent. If the board is okay with that, but any feedback, I guess, would be.
Is there any corrections or additions or any comments on what Jason and Shauna's gonna try to do that haven't already been taken care of and fixed in the minutes from the board? Thanks, Shauna. Jason, we know that's a daunting task. I think that will work well, and then we won't have people that says one thing and somebody else took it some other way, and then we gotta try to fix it. So I think that will be great, Jason.
Okay.
Purchases over 50,000?
Okay. We have a lot of purchases over 50,000. Most of them are for next year. They are part of the capitalized list, a list of projects that the board approved in late March in that special board meeting. So let me get through those first. I'm actually going to flip-flop on the memo here. The first one is the BHI used furniture and equipment. We'll talk about that one last. I just want to go through the POs, the PO portion of it. And this is all going to come out of next year's budget, okay? So essentially bringing something to you that you already approved in late March. But we just want to bring these to you. They're all over 50,000. So we have trip buses, project, and these are the project line items from back in March 67 and 68. Then the third one is project 68 for 111,000. That was the final bus that was brought up. We have the UHS waterway and clearing out some dead brush and trees and debris, and then bringing in and giving it a nice facelift. That's project 110. We have the technology departments purchasing Chromebooks. Sorry, 52,000 was how much that one was. Yep, 110. But it's project 110 on that list of projects that we gave you in March. The other one's Chromebooks, and that total cost is 308,000, and that's project 78. And project 115, the final one, is we did an RFB on a new propane tank, and we received it back. It was awarded to Mountain West Propane. The total cost of that is 188,500.
How big is that?
It's a submarine.
It's a big one.
30,000?
It's big. Do you know how many?
30,000.
30,000. Yeah.
I hate to be stupid, Jason. Is that what RFB means? Was it bid out?
Yeah.
This project was bid?
Yep.
Yeah, request for bids.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we generally do an RFP for proposal, but this one is just a bid. We just got bids. So any questions on the POs for that will come out of next year? Then we'll jump into the approval of, or the proposal for the used equipment and furniture at BHI. Any other questions on the POs?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, all right. So with the purchase of the BHI property, they also have furniture that's built for each of the offices. And we had conversations about purchasing used furniture and equipment from them as it was already there. We've had negotiations back and forth. Used equipment is somewhat difficult to necessarily nail down a market price on it. So it started out, well, where we ended is 48% off of the invoice price with installation on some of these. So pretty close to half off of the furniture, of the fuel tank and installation, and 2 truck lifts. One is a diesel truck lift and the other is what we would consider white fleet truck lift, a consumer truck type thing, and a compressor and a hot seat. And so these are all of the items there, and we've gone back and forth on this. We believe the district will save money on these items, and so with the discount there. Are there questions about? You'll notice on the first page of the detail is a list of the invoices and the items described.
Any questions from the board?
Just so you're aware, BHI produced the original invoices, so we got to see exactly what they paid for each of those items. And that's really what we went off. I will tell you that Jason negotiated this for months with them, and saved us quite a bit of money in not just accepting the first offer. So I appreciate that.
As you'll notice, board members, as you scroll down to the bottom of that expense list, the 48% is on everything listed above. And so I think this is really good for Uintah School District.
Yeah, the fuel tanks installed as well out there, so that will house both diesel and regular fuel. And actually, the board asked about it being certified, is that the right word? We received back, since it's not below the ground, doesn't have to be certified, but they will have the final inspector come and look at it and make sure that everything's ready to go. And that also comes with the software, so you can key in budgets on use fueling and things like that.
That doesn't have to be state inspected? Those tanks don't have to be state inspected?
Not certified, according to reaching out to them, since they're above ground.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I believe I'd
I
ask
wish I
about
did.
certification, but not inspection, so Skip might
I
bring up
can
an
reach out.
additional question.
Because we had 2 hours, when they told me
Above
12,000.
above ground? Okay. All right, I'll reach out and ask about
Yeah,
that.
just that terminology may be the
Okay.
inspection versus certification.
Fair enough.
Sorry, Jason.
I'll reach out and get that clarified before we finalize anything. But with that, let's say it was inspected correctly and we're good there. We'll make sure that we get that in before we finalize anything. And I'll keep the board up to date on that. Thanks, Scoop.
I believe I might be speaking out of term. I think, Jason, that they will come and inspect that tank. It'll be a yearly thing that it's just, they come and make sure you haven't got a tank that's running fuel, dripping fuel out of the, got a seam that's went bad. And so I think it'll be a yearly thing that some state official comes by and does where you're a school district.
Gotcha, kind of like, yeah, a state inspection, right? Okay.
Right.
It sounds like you have the software available to gallons used, gallons existing in the tank and those type of things. That's part of that
Yeah.
inspection.
That's correct.
Yeah. So that will just be something that has to be done all the time, I think. They reported to us, just so you guys know, that one side of that tank they was using dyed fuel in. They've cleaned that out. It's cleaned and all the red fuel's gone and it's ready, been inspected and ready for gasoline to go in it. And so,
The furniture, a couple of benefits. One, it's already there. It matches the building well. It's all uniform. And we are not buying all of the furniture. There's some couches, some sofas, some things like that they're taking with them and we're not buying them. And it's probably good because we're going to need that space to create more of an educational environment where we have work tables set up in some of those offices, and it's good. It's going to work out well for us. And we looked at buying new and did a comparison. This is going to save us money, and if you just think of the manpower too, if you had to assemble all that furniture, it's pretty extensive.
Yeah.
thank you very much. Okay, I think we're to item C, contributory retirement contribution. Wow,
That's a
I got it.
that's a tongue twister. Jason?
Yeah. Each year, we do this. We need the motion and approval to be verbatim. There's 2 employees that are remaining on this contributory plan. I'm just going to go ahead and read this memo. Really, I roll this memo forward because it's just an annual thing that the board needs to approve and move forward each year, okay? So Utah Retirement System pension plans include both non-contributory and contributory. A non-contributory plan enrolls the majority of the employees participating. However, there are a few employees, 2 employees, who participate in a contributory plan. The contributory plan requires a 6% contribution by the employee. State code is provided for the employer to pay 5% and the employee to pay 1%. Because of the way this plan is set up, the IRS has ruled that the 5% is considered revenue to the employee that would need to be placed on the W-2 unless the employee unit provides resolution to pay the 5%. It's simply a new requirement that's happened a few years ago by now, but just issued by the URS, and will be required as our auditors review our retirement status. The following motion would need to be made to make sure that we are in compliance for these, the two employees that are remaining on this contributory plan.
And Jason, they had the option, right? They had the option to be on this plan.
I would imagine so. I wasn't here when they made that election or was part of that election. But yeah, they would have had some sort of,
So Jason, are you sure this wasn't just a one-time read? Because I've looked through our state code. 53A does not exist that I could find. There's a 53 that it has nothing to do with retirements. If you go up into Title 49, then it talks about that, but it's 53A. So I'm wondering if this wasn't something that was 3 or 4 years ago in our code and no longer exists, and we just continue the practice without it being actually in code now.
I can look into what this code is. It's only been for 2 people,
Yeah,
and we were just making sure that we were compliant. So
I didn't have a chance to dig deeper into Code 49, but I did find some of this information in there, but I couldn't match it, if that makes sense.
okay.
Okay, for tonight, so that we can keep things moving forward, if we go ahead and make this motion and read this, and then we can find that out, and if there's a problem, fix it in the future.
Yeah,
All the codes were changed, all the numbers were changed, like last year or the year before.
yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
So that's probably where the problem is,
Yeah.
because they redid all the state codes.
All the state codes, and so it is under 49, but I couldn't match. I couldn't find anything that matched
By
this.
53.
So is what you're telling us is 53A-17A-125 is probably not referencing the code?
Yeah, that doesn't exist.
It's
Number.
probably a different number now.
Okay.
I would ask the state.
Yeah.
Go to the state town full of names.
So if we just put,
Look it up.
I guess what I'd say for the motion is just leave off the
Stop
actual-
at statute?
Stop at statute. I'll go find where the statute is and
Yeah.
make sure we're good.
It looks like from what I was reading that was a one-time thing, so that's
Okay.
why I'm curious if we need to really approve this every year.
Okay, Superintendent, so we have this under the consent calendar, but it has a specific reading that we need for the motion, so do we need to pull number 8 out when we get to the business meeting and make it a separate motion? Because we need to do that at the start of the meeting if we're going to do,
Or can we look it up? Can we look it up real quick and find out what's right?
You can go to Utah Code. I only had a little bit of time when I found it, so I only had maybe 15 minutes to thumb through that section 49, but I couldn't find the match there.
because usually we say we move to approve the consent calendar,
This is
So-
part of it.
so this wouldn't actually need to
You
be
don't have to
read.
pull it out unless we're gonna make major changes with it. And my recommendation is just approve it. Let's continue to do what we've been doing, but we'll research it for next year and make sure that
Verify where it's at.
we're only doing what we have to do.
Okay, so we don't actually have to read this verbiage, it will just be included when we approve the
That's correct.
consent calendar. Okay. Sorry, Jason,
Oh.
trying to
Yeah, my
learn as we go
apologies
along
on
here.
Leaving an old statute in there. Okay, termination, whoop, this isn't me.
Shucks.
I get a break.
Termination of emergency, we're on item
D.
3D, termination of emergency COVID PTO extensions. Rick Johnson.
So back in January, the board approved the opportunity for us to extend that benefit as there hadn't been any vaccines available. And at this point, we feel as administration that anybody who, the vast majority of individuals who want to be vaccinated, have either had the opportunity to be or to decline. And so we're requesting, as this was a temporary benefit, extended through the remainder of the year to terminate that effective June 30th. So. And just a little bit of information for the board. It has served well as that was extended. I did just kind of a rough audit. 87 individuals took advantage of that because of being affected by COVID and having to be required to quarantine or sick from January 1 until the last day of school. So.
Does anybody have any questions for Rick on that? Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. (2020) and 2021 final amended budget. Jason's gonna like this. Last round.
Here we go. Best for last. Okay. This final budget that we're bringing to you has one item that's been updated. We have reduced the expenditures from the May 2020-2021 tentative budget by $306,039. And most of this was because as grants come in, there's an indirect cost rate that's associated with them. And so we just needed to make the other side of that, essentially that entry for the indirect cost rate. It was, because we have, I guess when we send the indirect cost rate from the grant over, we just have to take those expenditures into account and make sure that they're correct. So it's just a reduction in the overall budget by $306,000. Otherwise, it's this budget that we have brought forward to you.
I just really want you to put versions, version 1, version 2, version 3. I get it, it's all an accounting thing.
Yes, it is. So this is what, this is an adjustment to what was presented in both May meetings and what was on our website. Just wanted to clarify that 306,000, but it is a reduction in expenditures, so.
We like that.
Yeah, so
Yes.
we should all be happy about a reduction in expenditures. So, any questions? I haven't really prepared any additional presentations as we've had them a couple times at this point. Here's the, these are the actual amounts that need to be read off verbatim per fund. In our maintenance and operations fund, 68,700,000, I'm gonna go ahead and just read those. 68,744,434. Student activity fund, 1,365,526. The RDA fund, 796,000. Debt service fund, 9,091,126. Capital outlay fund, 15,923,151. Child nutrition fund, 3,401,838. Municipal Building Authority Fund, 1,862,426. And our flexible spending, 118,270. Total budget of 101,302,771. Are there any questions about this current year budget that we're giving a final amended amount to?
Jason, just there's a question on, I believe it's in the maintenance. I was looking back through my records and I can't pinpoint it, but there was a fund of about $5 million that we put into, I believe it was surplus. It wasn't surplus, but it was the COVID money that we were receiving.
Oh, yes. The 5.3 million?
5.3 million.
That
We put
will
it into
be-
supplies and,
But that will be in next year, so we'll get to next year's budget.
so that's in next year's, correct?
ESSER 3 the American Relief, whatever that is called.
Okay, that comes into next year.
That comes into next year's. In this year's, we have ESSER 2, ESSER 1, and then all the other COVID relief monies are in this current year.
Okay,
And that's what this is.
all right, that's why it's,
Yep.
so an explanation on that following year, then, those monies, I assume where we're going to do with them, or where we put them, or how you use them is we'll have further explanation on that, right?
Sure. We have, so just so the board is aware, when we receive federal and state grant monies, we budget them in full because there's timelines on them, and when the time to spend them takes place, we need to have the budget there to take care of them. Of course, we have to all expenditures have to follow the grant rules, right, which we're doing. So, for example, ESSER 2, great example. It was just over $2 million. We didn't spend all of that in this current year, but we do have the budget to, so if we needed to spend something in next week, we could still spend it, right? But it has to follow all the grant rules and the timeline. We only have a certain amount of time to spend it, so when those times come, that's why we budget the full federal monies when they come in, unless we for sure know that we're just not going to. But, so I guess where I'm going with this is, so ESSER 2 also has budget. We budgeted it in full this year, but we also have some budget for next year as well, so.
Some of that money will carry over.
Carry over to the next
So
year.
it can carry over, and we don't give it back, or we don't lose
Right.
that money.
Only for a limited time. I think the ESSER 2 was it 2 years or
Three years.
3 years.
So the clock's ticking on ESSER 1, 2, and gears, all this stuff that we received this year. The clock's ticking on.
And as you budgeted that in for next year's, I'm still looking at our rates and those, tax increase versus a tax decrease type thing. In all reality, with those monies, they came from taxation of a different sort, but it's still taxation to our,
Sure.
taxpayers here,
Yeah,
local taxpayers as
Federal
well.
taxes, yeah.
And so just the ability to make sure we use that, and reduce the other side, to me is a wise choice, and I guess it's how we look at that. And then when we looked at it prior to, I was afraid we would lose what we didn't spend.
Yeah, and we've done some of that. I mean, our new curriculum that we purchased for elementary for next year and middle school, we use quite a bit of CARES Act funds for that. So had we not had that money, we would have been using general fund money. So that's just one example. There's some cases where we're allowed to do that, and there's cases where it just doesn't fit within the grant, so we're still using general fund money.
Well, I guess overall, our goal in being on the Finance Committee, our goal is to try and neutralize taxes as much as possible, that we actually spend what we bring in, we don't continue to build a surplus.
Right.
And so I'm just hoping that process doesn't say, okay, we didn't spend any of that $5 million or any of that $3 million. That just adds to our surplus. It looks like we've utilized, we weren't fair with our taxpayers.
Right.
If we continue to build that surplus.
Yeah, and on the other side of that argument, those are federal dollars that were earmarked and designed to help kids learn and to help those kids that suffered through the pandemic and maybe didn't learn, to bring those kids up, to get them caught up, and so that's what the money is earmarked and there for, and that's what we need to use it for.
Yes,
and we are. I think that's, we've been really good about making sure that that's where that money goes.
Yeah, I guess that's the key, is spend it, spend it, spend
It
it.
doesn't show on the fund balance because we don't receive it till we spend it.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, it would, federal and state grants, and that's why we do budget them full, is, yeah, if we don't spend it, it's not going to go to a fund balance, which is what he's saying. It won't show up as.
It won't show up as a
surplus.
surplus. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other things for current year budget? Okay.
Let's go on to F, Jason, when you're ready, final budget.
Let's do it. Okay. So we have made a couple of adjustments to the budget. from May. So we have reduced in Fund 10 the overall budget by $18,235. It's really not a lot. It's kind of a net of a couple of things as we've gone through and done our final review, final approach. There's some things that we updated. Fund 32, we are asking for that budget to be increased by $80,000, and most of this has to do, well, I have it listed right here. It's the increase so the increase is for building security. In our facilities committee meeting, it came up that the security process that the BHI building currently has is not compatible with our system. So we need to rekey and rebadge the entire building, and that was listed out as an estimated cost of $40,000. The furniture, we will have additional furniture for like the boardroom and things like that, and also a sign for $20,000, and then an increase, another increase for equipment for a vehicle, a people mover, or some type of vehicle to take parts and people to and from the bus garage is the intent there. So those were the three items that are proposed to be added to the budget that was presented, tentative budget from May. Any questions, or I'll pause right there. Any questions from the board on those items?
I called you and asked my questions.
So if the board, these have been built into the numbers below, but if you didn't want to approve, or there were some issues with any of those line items, we will just back those numbers out if you were to make a motion to remove those.
Question, Jason? Did they find out, we discussed in that facility committee meeting, pulling the system out of the building that we currently use and moving it over there to help us some offset the cost?
Right.
Are they still planning on doing that?
Yes,
Good.
I've received an email. We're talking about how many keys we're going to need, and they're trying to build that in so that they can be ready to. Then we also have to work with the current tenants to make sure that we get them access to the building while they're still there as well. So but we're going forward with it and trying to save some money with polling. Dave's talking about the district office is a compatible system, right? Obviously. So we're going to pull as much out of there as we can as we're getting ready to leave to offset any costs that we can. So trying to make sure that we're spending as little as possible.
For security.
Yeah, these badges right here just makes it really nice in just a couple of seconds, essentially, besides the phone call. Once the phone call is made, it's just a couple of seconds and they can lock down or open up a building to anyone with a badge. It's vital, and we have gates to and from for the bus drivers to come in. It's really important to the security. You can research you can determine who came in and out of the buildings, things like that. It's really an important thing for the building, the use of the building.
We even know exactly when Jason comes to work every day. We don't know when he leaves, but we know when he comes to work. Just kidding.
That's when we get the email on late Saturday night.
No, we're not paying him overtime.
All right, let's move on to the rest of this. Just a couple more highlights. We've talked about all the rest of these, but just want a couple of highlights. Uintah School District is going to reduce the $1.3 million from the auditor certified rate revenue in the upcoming year from the capital levy. Okay, so we're going to reduce the capital levy from the auditor certified rate by $1.3 million. Then, we are actually going to raise the debt levy up to that it pays for itself, which is pretty close to a wash there. So,
I was gonna say, didn't we earlier state the amount, and you've put this as just what it takes, right? The required amount? Okay.
so, I don't know if I answered that. I don't know if I
Well,
understand that.
didn't we have, it looked like in your budget earlier, you had put a 1.3 million and then again a 1.3 million increase on
Yeah.
the other side. Instead of, here you worded it, increase the budget revenue and fund the 31 GO bond payments to the amount required for the upcoming year.
Yeah, because each year, so what we're doing is we're able to levy the exact amount of the bond payments. Any given year, that fluctuates a little bit, right? So I didn't want to put down a specific dollar amount when the budget numbers will fluctuate from year to year. So it's essentially a wash. That's what we've been budgeting, is that $1.3 million.
Okay.
So that's what we're going to reduce and then bring that up to what it needs to be, is essentially what we're saying. All right, I'm going to go through each of the funds and then also the rates, okay? So the maintenance and operations fund, $70,847,356. Student activity fund, $1,547,000. $1,547,400. RDA fund, $796,000. Debt service, $3,285,625. And that was the fund that is being raised. The capital outlay fund, $7,854,378, and that's with the $1.3 million reduction. The child nutrition fund, $3,446,964. Municipal building authority fund, $11,002,580. Just a quick reminder. This is with paying off the 2009 bond. Okay. The reason why it's so high is because it's a sinking fund, so we have the money set aside already. Each year we budget for that money to go into the sinking fund, but we do have to budget for the full $10 million payoff because it's technically ours, even though we can't touch that money. So that's where that 11 million comes in, which is a large amount of money. But only I can't remember the exact amount. It's just over $2 million will need to come from our ongoing funds next year, for this next year. And then the flex spending is $125,000 for a total budget of $98,905,303. The rates are as follows. The board local levy is .002897. The capital local levy is .001936. General obligation is .000858. The charter school levy, .000174. I put the charter rate there because it's calculated by the state, but something that I noticed this year is it actually offsets our board levy to a certain extent. And so I'm just putting the charter school levy on there because it is part of our board levy. So informationally, there's the basic school levy, which will be set by the state of Utah at a later date. I do not have that, but the board does not set that rate. The state sets that rate. And so these are the rates that we would ask the board to approve this evening, and then I will go and enter those into the Utah State Tax website and get those approved with the backing of the board action this evening.
Jason, those numbers, I know we've talked about this quite a bit. I've had a chance to run some numbers a little bit. Excluding the charter school levy, that is an increase of 0.148, total of 3. I don't know what one's a higher rate, lower rate, how much monies that makes a difference. But me in my simple mind, putting it together, increases taxes by right at about $600,000. Give or take, it could be 550,000 or whatever. But I think the community is going to see that as a tax increase.
So,
Yeah, how would I explain that to them, I guess? As an overall, our rates, those combined, what I did is I took those 3 rates, combined them, and measured them against last year's rate. Against last year's rate, and come up with a 0.148 increase, which equals total money's me adding it. Maybe some of you can help me with this, but my addition shows about $600,000 of an increased rate. So
the rate, well, I'll have to go and run some numbers. I can run those and we can talk about them in the board meeting. I don't have that ready for you right now as far as that goes. The certified rate revenue is what the centrally assessed group, I guess, goes out, and if there's growth, that's also included in there. So they don't, so the state would not consider adopting the certified tax rate as an increase.
Right, they don't see it as an increase, but what I'm saying, I guess, is we still see it as somewhat of a burden to the taxpayer here, because it's still an increase per pocket of taxpayers. I haven't added that up, but per pocket of $25, $28 per
I can do a
household.
comparison on what the dollar amount is on revenue that we collected last year and what we're collecting this year, and see if that comes out to a 600,000.
So I guess what I'm comparing, what I'm trying to get at is if our taxes go up and we increase in surplus, then it doesn't look like we're being financially responsible. So I want to make sure we're spending what we budget, and we don't increase taxes based on surplus increase.
I'm not following something, I guess. Is this even on? Is that on?
There you are.
Okay, so you're saying there's this $600,000, but it's my understanding that's not even how this is calculated. We're only taking in the same amount of money we've always taken in. It's the valuations that change, but the amount of money we're taking in is not going up, as far as I understood.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct. And the only way to offset the state set rate is if we lowered our revenue.
Lower our revenue rates.
And we can't, if we did that every year that the state tax rate changed, we'd break our bank quickly.
Yeah. I guess that's what I'm asking is that if we lower our revenue to match that $600,000, it won't break our bank today, as I see it, with a surplus. Eventually, it would break your bank. But the reality is if we increase surplus and we didn't lower it, then we look as though we're being.
Yeah, and we've implemented a plan to deficit spend.
Right.
So, given that plan, the only reason why we've had surpluses is because of the infusion of federal dollars.
Yeah.
You take that away and we'd be deficit spending every year.
So I guess that's why I brought that question up earlier, Rick, is those monies those big lump sums of money are creating some of those budgets. But then you answered it by saying we're not using them, or we don't have to give them back, but we're not showing them in our surplus monies. And so I was a little confused.
Yeah. And then we have to keep in mind the difference between one-time monies and ongoing revenue. And the ongoing revenue is what is going to put us at a funding cliff at some point down the road because of some decisions the board made before you were on the board, right?
Right.
And that's part of that plan then is to spend down, but at some point we've got to have a soft landing.
Right.
And so if we were to do another tax, cut right now that impacted our revenue, it brings that cliff to us faster and it's going to be steeper. So we just have to be really careful moving forward, and real deliberate in our decisions about tax.
And I
rates.
agree. I agree that there's somewhere, there is a soft landing or a medium there that we're trying to get to. And that's,
You bet.
that's the point I'm trying to make tonight is when this is all said and done, at this time next year, if we show an increase in revenue, we're going to have a fight.
Yeah, and well, next year, depending on what happens with the federal monies, that may happen. But it's the outlook of where are we going to be in 3 years from now. Right now, again, with deficit spending, we should start to see a decrease in our carryover.
And I guess the other reality is I think you're getting closer to this, is spending that is budgeted and spending it on what is budgeted for. And,
You bet.
And that helps.
Yeah.
So, thank you. I don't mean to, I know you're note-taking over there, but it's just, that's how I figure my numbers. I figure it, when I look at it, it is an increase. It doesn't stay stable because somebody's gonna match that money that we lost somewhere. And it's our taxpayers that have to match that money.
Yeah, I'll have the amount that we took in last year versus the amount that we're predicting to take in next year. And, yeah, I'm not seeing at first glance, and I'm kind of on the spot here.
Yeah,
It's
sorry,
not-
I was gonna give it to you earlier and I didn't chase,
It's,
so.
it's not looking like 600,000, so we'll just need to make sure we reconcile before you guys are comfortable, but.
Yeah, you can look at my addition and it may be off, so.
And again, we're talking about just the rates that we control, right? So we're going to exclude the charter levy, and we're going to exclude the basic levy. Okay, so those two items we don't control, so therefore,
So when you say the basic levy, you're talking the board out of those three at the top. When you say basic, your capital,
so there's three levies that the board can set, that this local board can set.
okay, all three of these levies we can set.
Right,
Okay.
board, capital, and debt. Locally, the charter school, our charter schools, because there's more than just one in our county, the state calculates a portion that they get from our board. That's my understanding. I a little bit have some questions on that, but I've reached out and with Mike and to the state, and they've double-checked the numbers and they're good with them. So we're good there. So I'll compare those three revenue sources and rates and the amount of money that we're pulling and compare it to this current year and make sure that there isn't, or that we're open about what it is.
Okay.
Right? We certainly don't want to say we're not raising taxes and then have a $600,000 increase, right? So, yeah, we'll go through those, but there is a growth component to it, which is why the state, it's called the auditor's certified rate revenue. And if you hold to that, it's not considered tax rate at all, right? So you don't have to go through truth and taxation. You just adopt the auditor's certified rate revenue. Okay, all right. I have.
One other thing, we don't have a motor levy, so we don't have that levy.
Yeah.
No, thank goodness.
One of two districts, 41. Also, it's like last year too, correct me if I'm wrong, when we did the 3.5 million reduction, but, our property tickets, we're one entity, there are many entities that are adjusting rates. So even though we went down, others went up, so I mean, you guys know, I'm learning. So,
Yeah, that's right. And then because of some economic issues, that $3.5 million cut from the school district didn't necessarily equate to a substantive tax break for our citizens. However, had we not given that cut, they would have seen a big increase last year. So the action the board did actually impact our citizens. They just didn't see it because of the other factors economically in the state and also here in our county.
So I did the math for me, and without the other entities, I would save like $109. And then, but with the other entities, it went to like, so I was paying $56 less.
Right.
My property taxes last year, but it would have been, I mean, the school district.
Yeah, and I was one of those
David
lucky
Baker's.
20% that they reevaluated, so my taxes went up last year.
Yeah, yeah.
Love taxes.
But they were less than they would have been had the board
Yeah,
not
that's a,
given the
that's a plus.
$3.5
That's a plus
million
right there.
cut. So it's unfortunate that, you know, I mean, that was a big deal for the district to
It
take
was.
that step a year ago, and it's like people didn't notice, which is unfortunate. But our revenues decreased by $3.5 million. It was a big, we had to really tighten our belt and plan for the future based on that cut.
So Todd, I'll get that information.
Okay,
and
thank you.
We'll make sure we're reconciled and, you know, and transparent with that. Other than, let me pull that back up. Did we cover everything in there? We went through the rates, the amounts for the final budget. Any questions on those? Okay.
That being said, we're not gonna let you take
Yeah.
any breaths yet.
We still got, haven't reached the summit yet. Here we go.
Compensation package, item G.
Okay. All right, so I'm just gonna go through the memo here really quick. Uintah School District Administration is proposing that the board approve the FY 2022 compensation package along with the FY 22 salary schedules. USD Administration and Certified and Classified Association have worked out an agreement to present this to the board with approval. We have sent out communication to the board as well. And in our preliminary and tentative budgets, the 5% on the base was included from the beginning as well, and we've communicated that also. Just a couple of highlights. Oh, and also, we worked through, generally we work through late April, May, and go through this process. It's not all financial, but some of it, you know, part of it is financial, part of it is work-related and conditions. And we've really had a great experience working with our employees and coming to good agreements. We've been able to look at inefficiencies and as a group and make recommendations moving forward to improve. And that's something that ought to be commended, and so I appreciate that. I'm going to go through just a couple of quick highlights for the compensation package. Steps and lanes awarded to all eligible employees, and that's estimated about $235,000. Some of these numbers, there's no way to nail it down exactly because there's always change in where people are out on their steps and fluctuation, but it's estimated at $235,000. 5% on all base amounts of all salary schedules, estimated at $1.9 million. That's the impact. Health insurance, we decreased by 1%. Again, so last year was a 3% decrease, this year it's a 1% decrease, and those are going back, and as you look at the other attached document, it's actually going back to the compensation agreement, so it's going back to salaries. And that's estimated to be a savings of $67,000. Reduced compensation to core HSA contribution for couple and family from $4,450 to $3,600. And a single HSA contribution, this is all in the core plan, from $1,700 to $1,600. And the estimated reduction of expenditures is $105,000, which puts that back onto salaries. Again, this is the evidence of the working relationship with our associations, and we appreciate them talking through these items. And you know, those on the core plan Another reason why we did this reduction in the HSA contribution is because we do have a dual enrollment, so a dual enrollment component. So at times, if a family were to elect both of these, they would actually be over the HSA contribution limit. So there were some inefficiencies here that we noted and we worked through. So I appreciate the work that went into negotiating that. Then also we have discussed additional discussions about sunsetting the gold and bronze plans for next year, and in 2 years sunsetting dual coverage. Those were the discussions that we had. The goal of the Uintah School District Benefits Plan is to give each and every employee and their families access to quality medical coverage and give savings back to those employees through wages. It is not the intent of medical benefit packages to provide some employees with opportunities and gain while others do not have access to that gain. So we just don't want it to be a loophole to get, I guess, compensation. The benefits package should reach that goal, and we shouldn't shoot lower or above. We should shoot for that goal, and the rest take to salaries. Which is a benefit for all employees. It goes for those who are involved in URS. If you get more compensation and we take it from benefits and put it onto salaries, it improves their retirement as well. So we are working with our employees and our association members, and appreciate their work. I'll leave it at that for now, and answer any questions that you guys may have.
Just on your dual coverage compensation, I think that's going to be challenging for those that have a husband and wife that are working, or however that partnership is, seeing that fair. So there is going to be some wage compensation, or is it non-coverage, similar to if I'm an employee and I opt out of the savings plan, I get X amount of dollars for opting out. Is that how the dual coverage is going to work too?
Well, we haven't really gone through all the details on that.
Okay.
It's just I wanted to make sure that they understood the direction that I wanted to go and get their input and take on that. So we have, I guess it's just saying, here's the direction. We don't have the details on that yet, and it won't sunset for 2 more years. So we're going to work towards that. But we do, if let's say we were to do it today, we do have a waiver payout. So we'll work through how to make that.
All right, so it is a work in progress.
We don't have details as to how that will work out, but I guess we're setting the goal that we are going to work towards.
Great, that makes more sense. Thank you.
Board members, any other questions? Superintendent?
Can we take a 5-minute break before we go to our next item? We've been here for 90 minutes, and are you good
No
with
wonder
that?
my eyes are burning. We're going to take a 5-minute break and then we'll reconvene.
Thank you.
It's into 9. Dave, just give me 1 second, I'll get the recording going. Do I need to repeat that?
No?
Okay, we're ready to roll again. We're in the work session, item 3, number 3, item number H, the Friday school plan, and we'll turn the time over to Superintendent Rick Woodford.
Great. I have put a memorandum in board docs. It's there under this agenda item if you'd like to reference that. Back in April, the board adopted a plan where Uintah School District students will attend in person Monday through Thursday with a virtual learning component on Fridays. And with that plan, we were directed to go ahead and provide a face-to-face student support component, and along with the virtual learning on Fridays. And that face-to-face component was limited to 120 minutes of academic support, or 120 minutes each Friday. And since then, so the board asked me to go to work and to develop what back then was just a concept into an actual plan. And so we spent some time doing that. We received a lot of feedback from various sources, from the community, from our administrative team, our directors, and have been working pretty hard to get a plan in place. And then more recently, our elementary principals, so we provided the district framework to the elementary principals. They worked with their leadership teams in their schools to determine how they were going to implement the district's plan in their schools. Now, in board docs, I've attached each of the school plans, and with the exception of the preschool, you won't find a plan there because they've already had a system working that's going to continue on Fridays there. So the other buildings have attached plans, and you can see how they are planning to implement the district's plan. So just a quick rundown. The district's plan, the way we went about that is we identified the things that are non-negotiable, like the things that we're tight on, things that we expect district-wide at the various levels, so that we have continuity and in a way that it will work better with families. If we just left it to schools to decide every aspect of the plan, we'd have all kinds of different things happening across the district. Now, having said that, there's also identified in that next column over on the plan, there are items that we're loose on, things that we feel like can be left to schools to decide. And so we went through a deliberate process first of identifying those things that we need to be tight on versus the things we need to be loose on. And then once we had the district plan in place, we gave that to the schools to be able to populate or fill in how they're going to implement what those loose components are. And I'll tell you what happened is our elementary principals all got together. They form a little group called Breakfast Club, and they do a lot of planning and collaboration. Many things we ask of them as individual schools, they collaborate on. And this is one thing you'll see a lot of similarities in the plans at the elementary level. Now there's a few differences, but mostly they're going to be doing the same kinds of things. Our middle school did the same thing. They only submitted one plan for both middle schools. So they really there are no differences between how Vernal Middle School and Uintah Middle School will approach the Friday plan. It's the same. And then of course the high school did submit a plan, as did AVEC. So I guess at this point in time, you've had a chance to see and to go through the plan. Are there any questions that the board might have about the Friday plan? The plan is also attached in board docs. And so I'll just open it up for questions at this time.
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. And I appreciate the effort that you and your staff has gone into to put this plan together. As it was voted to proceed several months ago or a couple of months ago, I had some feedback both directions. positive and negative. Some individuals assuming it was already a done deal, some individuals fighting it, assuming that, now was their chance to voice their opinion, to make sure it didn't happen. And so it's been interesting. I think probably more feedback on this topic than any other. But as I visited with some of the board members, my thought is with the effort that has gone into these plans, as I've reviewed them and reviewed your statement, I look at it as it's an opportunity for a little bit of change, and that change gives us a potential of maybe increasing. You talk a little bit about in here a goal of increasing the students' education, their ability to learn, and to maybe see some things on Fridays that they hadn't seen before in the past. It gives teachers an opportunity to maybe explore methods of teaching and do some activities that they haven't been able to do before. It gives some children an opportunity to, our students, an opportunity that are struggling to come and get that one-on-one, face-to-face. It also gives those individuals that want to excel or exceed in their education that opportunity. I think some of the biggest challenges that I've heard are there's a feeling that there are those in the community that are possibly struggling, single parent or both working, that their students are the ones that may need it more so than any, and they're the ones that won't be there. How are we going to implement or make sure that we hold them to their accountability? If we require them to come based on grade, or based on their performance in school, if their average isn't where it needs to be, the teacher says, hey, I need you in school, how are we going to enforce that? And I think I've been asked that question probably more than any. But the reality is, I've also been told by numerous parents that they've been more engaged in this last year with their students' education than they have ever before. Tanya mentioned that in our board meeting where that was accepted, was that sometimes it's a great opportunity for parents to maybe be more engaged in their education. And so I think we're giving some opportunity with this. If we blow it, we blow it. But to me, it's choice and opportunity. And so I appreciate the effort put into this. So thank you.
Thank you. And I want to answer one of the questions that was embedded in your comment, if that's okay. And I don't really have an answer, but I think it's a good discussion point. And it's the question of, well, how do you mandate kids to come to school on Friday? And I'm going to tell you right now, it's the same question that it used to be. Same question for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. How do you mandate that kids come to school? Well, there is state law, right? And we know that what we've learned over the last several years is that unless a kid has a severe truancy problem, right, there's really not a lot of teeth in that. I mean, in other words, unless it's a severe problem that's really impacting a child's education, you're not going to get law enforcement to act or a judge to take action on a family. There's a lot of choice when it comes to education. Parents have to choose. Is my kid's not, maybe not acting like himself after the weekend? Am I going to send my kid to school or am I going to keep my kid home, right? We're going to go on a family vacation, whether it be Friday or Monday, that extends either into the school week. Parents have to choose. Am I going to take my family and my kids, or are we going to come home a day early and get them to school on Monday? You see, life's full of choices. And yes, in this plan, we do plan to say, we need your kid there on Friday. There's some kids that are behind or some kids that are struggling or maybe didn't turn in work. And you bet, just like we always have, right? We reserve the right to say, sure, we want your kid there. We need your kid there. Where your kid is required to come on Friday, parents still have a choice, okay? The language we use, it should just indicate to the parent how strong the need is for us to have their kid there. And I would say in most cases, it's going to be optional for a lot of kids. And again, families can make choices. You'll notice on the plan there is there are a couple of components that maybe we haven't talked a lot about. One is we've talked a lot about student support and remediation, but there's also an enrichment component. And that component is going to be available to kids every Friday. Kids can come and engage in enrichment activities. There's also one called extensions. Now that one, we're going to have to grow into that a little bit. Extensions are designed for kids that are functioning at high levels and really could use the opportunity to extend their learning beyond what they might get in the regular classroom. In the school plans, we've actually asked the schools, give us a timeline. When can you implement this? What does it look like? And in many cases, those plans came back with a much closer or approximate timeline than what we anticipated would happen. They see the need for that and want to be able to implement that. And that wouldn't be an every week thing. It would be on occasion, but it would still be a component that we don't currently have or offer outside of our gifted program that we have. And then special education and related services, the more we have really looked into this, the more, particularly me and Julie, and we just really feel like kids that cannot benefit from virtual learning, they just can't because of their disability, those kids need to have at least a minimum school day offering at school. That's a free appropriate education for those kids. Friday is not a no learning day. For most kids, it's a virtual learning day. And then for kids that need the extra, it becomes something even more than that. So I think that our schools have done a really nice job kind of striking that balance and finding a way to meet the needs of kids, but also giving families some flexibility, which was one of the goals with this plan. I think I went way beyond answering your question that you posed.
No,
so.
yeah, you did, but great. I appreciate
yeah.
it. Again, I see some potential of this improving from year to year based on what you're saying. I think we'll see some students excel, and I think we'll see some of those I think we'll see our test scores. This is maybe my vision of it, that we'll see our test scores increase. And that's something that if we continue to do what we've always done, we're going to continue to get the same results. So why don't we try something and let's give these teachers, principals, and staff an opportunity to see if the students can excel.
Well, the nice thing is we have a lot of data that we can look at. So
Yes.
we're gonna know. We're gonna review and reflect and use data. This isn't something we're just gonna implement and then turn our head the other way and hope that it works. We're gonna do more than hope.
I think it's an opportunity to keep the parents engaged in their students' education as well.
Just as a comment, I think there's another benefit that a lot of us are overlooking and the parents are overlooking. If we have a child that's doing great learning virtually and they don't need to be there on Friday, and we have students that need that extra time and attention from their teacher to excel and move forward, this is a great opportunity for parents. If them classrooms, I've heard my whole life about how smaller classroom sizes improve student learning. If there's an opportunity there. If one of my grandchildren are falling behind or having trouble in a subject or something, we're going to see that they're there to get. And if there's 15 students in that classroom instead of 22 or whatever them numbers might be, he's going to get more, he or she is going to get more attention than otherwise. And then a question that I have, Superintendent, have we discussed at all, are we going to try to schedule a lot of our out-of-town games for Fridays and Saturdays, or has that been a discussion yet?
Yeah, we tried. Like we went, we had Bill go to the region and really put a plug in that we'd like to play on Friday, Saturdays on our away games. The problem is in our region we're the black sheep, so to speak. We're the only ones that have to travel the distance that we have to travel, and so they run into all kinds of issues with trying to staff for games on Saturdays. So as it stands right now, we'll still have the Tuesday, Friday like we used to before the pandemic. So Fridays will be a busy travel day, which is great. I mean, right? But we're still going to have kids out on Tuesdays from time to time, particularly in the afternoons.
See, why are they still doing Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday, Fridays for basketball? I think they still are breaking up boys and girls.
Yeah, I'll have to talk to Bill. I don't know. All I know is they rejected the idea for us to use Saturdays. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense to try to at least get those off of Thursday, try to get to Friday. If
Yeah.
there's a way.
I'm sure we'll keep working that way.
We will. We'll keep pushing, and we'll gain leverage, I believe, as this moves forward.
Well, the thing that was really cool about it is you think, well, it's now we get Tuesdays, but really they only play away probably every other Tuesday on average. So they're really then missing once every 2 weeks. It's a really amazing difference that I saw with my kids this year. It was really helpful.
Go ahead. Yes, I'm done.
So I just have a couple of concerns, and then I just want to ask board members some quick questions. So, and I don't know if this is even, I mean, I know we set the framework, but we did vote, but, so I'm still concerned about the 2-hour prep time for teachers. I mean, if we're asking them to give adequate student feedback, we're asking them, you know, to have parent communication, to have planning time, to have prep time, have grading time. Is that, I mean, I know that they're going to work on that on a school bus, but is that, I just, my concern is that's not sufficient.
The 2 hours isn't sufficient?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the guarantee that we've given them, is that they will get 2 hours. And I've been tight with that. I've even had principals say, Superintendent, I just can't make this work in my schedule. Can we go an hour and 45 minutes? And I said, no, it's 2 hours. And we're going to stick to that. Just keeping in mind, yes, we're asking some more of them, but we're giving them more time than they've ever had as well, as far as preparation. I think we're going to have to monitor. I think we're going to have to see how things go during the first trimester, and probably then survey and see how it's going.
I know
You have to
this-
start somewhere, right?
Yeah, I know this doesn't work in every school, but some of the elementary schools have talked about being really collaborative and how they approach Fridays, and I hope that will allow the teachers to have a little more flexibility and time to do their prep as well, I hope.
Yeah. Yeah, I know we have some principals that are in their plans, they're giving more than 2 hours. It just depends on the circumstance, and there's a lot going on in the schools. And again, that's why we had to give some flexibility, because principals sometimes choose to use their resources differently than other principals. And that impacts everything that happens in the school. So we have to give some flexibility.
I mean, teachers, they'll work, I know they'll work collaboratively there.
Yeah.
Hopefully they do,
But to answer your question, we really don't know for sure. I mean, we got to try it out this year. The difference is the face-to-face component will be an added responsibility. We're just going to have to see how it goes. So we will. We'll visit with people. We'll survey them. And, you know, our goal is not to burn out our teachers. We don't want that to happen. And we're trying to strike a balance. And that's why early on in this process, we had a committee where we got together and decided what is feasible. If we do face-to-face, originally, you know, we were thinking about the face-to-face component being all morning, or being, you know, 3 hours or 3.5 hours. And this committee whittled that down to 2, feeling like this is what's feasible. And those were the experts. That was a group of teachers, principals who said this is what's feasible. So that's what we ran with. It wasn't something that, you know, that I just pulled out of the sky. It was a committee approach. And so I think we just have to give it a run and see how it works.
And you expressed to me, because I've expressed some concerns, and you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you have told me we're ready to pivot at any point if we can see this is going to be detrimental.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of access to student data. We have mid-year I mean, we have, obviously, the baseline assessments aren't going to help us make decisions, but the mid-year assessments might. And certainly, you know, throughout the course of the year, we're going to be able to know if kids are growing academically or if they're struggling. But I will tell you that when you look at our end-of-year growth data that we've recently been able to analyze and take a look at, it's amazing. Our kids grew even more than we had anticipated. We have some really good growth data that happened this past school year. That's with masks on. That's with the pandemic. That's with no supports on Friday other than virtual. So right now, I feel pretty optimistic that we're going to be able to make this work and make it work well. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to. So we'll definitely we'll keep an eye on our kids and the data and adjust as we need to. Yeah.
Just two other quick concerns. I know I have the same concerns that most vulnerable learners that you did, but as long as we're watching that data point as well. And then my last concern, just transportation. Like I know they're, I mean, I know they're in these conversations, but I haven't heard much about what the plan is to get them on their Friday. What we have.
Yeah, so Mark Rich, we kind of turned that over to him and said, okay, Mark, what are, you know, here are the start times and end times that we're proposing, and after consulting with Mark, we did adjust some of those to work with transportation. The drivers, we're going to be able to hold them harmless at least this year. So regardless of what happens this next year, we shouldn't have the need to cut anybody. Even if we have to consolidate routes to be more efficient, just like we did last year, we can find uses for our drivers. Now, having said that, there's some unknown here, and you know, moving forward, we don't know. We're going to do our best to encourage kids to come and to get on those buses. We hope to have enough kids on the buses to justify those bus routes. But we're going to have to go through this year is going to be a learning year with transportation. But our goal here is not to cut them that's not the goal. The goal is to provide the best services we can for kids and their families, and then we'll have to, again, learn and adjust and make it work the best that we can. I wish I had more information for you, but we just don't, there's some unknown.
I have one more question, but I'll let anybody else speak. I've had it for a while.
No, I'm good. I was just thinking, I don't know how many people saw it was like an email that went out from the State Board of Education, and I don't want to misquote them. I should have pulled it up earlier and had it ready in front of me. But just to paraphrase, hopefully I'm not misquoting them, but they said, we've seen this year that seat time does not equal results. And that's pretty incredible. And they talked about some of the same things that we've seen here happening all over the state. And so this isn't just like us looking at just our school district's results. They saw it all over the state. And I think balance is incredible. As a mother, I am constantly rebalancing and looking at my priorities and making sure that we're not putting too much time over here or too little time over here. It's a constant challenge to keep things balanced. And I think this is kind of a real opportunity to make sure that we're establishing a balance where we flourish, because if we find that sweet spot with a little bit of flexibility, families can find that sweet spot where their children excel and reach their highest potential, and I think that's really powerful.
Robin wants to go last about something.
No, I don't. I just equitable.
You have anything you want to add, Scoot?
No, I hope that we can take care of our students who need to be taken care of and not have any problems on that end of it. Because our gifted kids need all the help that they can get. And I hope it works. I'm the old guy, but I say 5 days a week, school, and there's been small kids, people come out of
questions or comments? Are they, if I'd have spoke first, I'd have pretty well said exactly what Todd did. I think that, I feel like that this is a great opportunity. I know that everybody don't agree with that. I think if we, I appreciate all that the district has done to put this together. And I think if we hit it with a good attitude and do the things that, the best that we can, tweak where we need to tweak as we go along, I think it will be good. That's my opinion.
You know, too, that we need to keep our public informed on the result of how this is panned out, so that they
You bet.
know coming from the horse's mouth. And I think that, it'll work out okay.
Yeah.
Can I just add a little caution? I think I said from the beginning it's important to track this, and I 100% agree that we need to track how this is going, but we cannot plan to fail. We cannot set ourselves up with well, if you just don't try that hard and it's kind of nobody's loving it and nobody's putting in their best efforts, then let's just turn around and say never mind. Once we make a decision, let's put our best effort in. Let's give it a real try. We'll never know what we could have accomplished if we don't actually do our very best. So I hope that I'm happy to track it. I think that it would be irresponsible not to track it and make sure that we're doing our best. But I hope we are doing our very best.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Tanya. And you know, one thing that I've been able to experience just in the last few weeks here is, you know, originally when we surveyed, one of the groups that wasn't in favor of this was our principals and directors, right? But once the board made their decision and the board said, hey, we're doing this and we're moving forward, and then through the process of developing these plans, I've seen a shift with that group. I've seen a shift of support. Like, you know what, this is what the board wants to do in the community. We're gonna do this. We're gonna make it work. You know, one of the highlights was with Tammy Christensen from Discovery Elementary. If you just look at her plan, you'll notice right on the top, there's a real positive statement there. And it's a real can-do attitude that now she is really selling that and modeling that to her school. I believe we're going to see a shift with some of the naysayers, some of the teachers that maybe are concerned. I think through positive leadership, we're going to make this work, and we're going to make it work well. So I appreciate that. Absolutely.
Oh, I think I don't need to ask a question. I think I know. I was, based on the vote, I got a lot of feedback from one side. So.
Well, and can I just say, I think it's important for the public to know that we had over 300 comments come back. When we opened up, we sent the plans out to the community and we opened it up for comment. It wasn't a survey, but it was an opportunity for people to jump on and express their concerns. We had over 300 comments come back, and many of those comments were concerns. They were negative, or people that weren't happy about going this direction. I sent those on to the board, so the board had an opportunity to read through those. I read through every one of them and tried to pull out those constructive pieces that might help, you know, us develop our plans. So we appreciate hearing both sides. That's important, but I just want the public to know that the board had an opportunity to see both sides with those comments.
We did, and we appreciate Robin.
I support the board
She
action.
supports the board action, and we appreciate everybody having their own opinion. But that night when we voted, Robin voted not to, and the other four voted to. And so with that being said, Robin has received a lot of telephone calls and emails and stuff that the rest of us hasn't received. So we appreciate Robin and all that she's done to try to positively, and she's supporting the board, and we're all moving forward together. And I think what Tanya said packs volume. We got whoever wanted to try anything with the idea in mind that they wasn't gonna succeed, so let's do the best that we're gonna succeed and we're gonna make it work, but we appreciate everybody, and we have put a lot of thought and effort, and if you haven't ever read 312 or whatever it was comments, you have to be, I quit once and left for an hour and then rededicated myself and went back and finished reading all 300 and however many of them there was, but they, some of it's not been fun, but I think we're gonna be successful and it's gonna be great.
Okay, unless there's other questions, I don't think I have anything.
Okay, with that being said, we're going to move to item number I, Jaime Leyva with the school trust lands plan.
There are, so last month I presented most of the trust lands plans to you. I just didn't present the high school's plan and Ashley Valley's plan. They needed to make a few revisions. Since that time, they have made revisions. As a matter of fact, the state person over the trust lands has reviewed both of the plans and has given her nod that they would be okay. So I use my checklist to approve the plans, and then the state does. So in front of you, you have both the high school plan and Ashley Valley's plans. Do you have any questions on either plan?
They're saying no, Jaime. They don't have any questions.
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
I assume, Jaime, you
No.
looking at me or what?
No, I'm kidding. They're good plans, and both plans address graduation rates, which they should. And we're working to revise all of our plans, and they're really a moving plan that once it adjusts, that it'll go through the community council and potentially come in front of the board again. But right now, I believe they're good to go.
Yeah, I agree. Those monies, you know, the way the way I see that they're spending those monies, it's the reality of training and those type of things is as important as can be for I assume the teachers as well as the students.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you, Jaime.
Thank you.
We know that's not the funnest job in the world, jumping through all these hoops, but we appreciate it, and it's very important to our district.
Thank you. It is important.
Fraud risk assessment, I missed whatever happened.
Oh, Rick's clapping.
Jason,
Yeah.
can we turn it over
Yep.
to you for that?
Yeah, this is the second year that the state auditors required that management perform a self-assessment using the, hopefully you can hear me a little bit better. All right. Okay, this is the second year you know, you can't win. This is the third time I've started this memo. This is the second year that the state auditors required that management perform a self-assessment using the fraud risk assessment that they have provided. Each year, Uintah School District is required to perform this assessment and have it approved by the school board. Last year, this was an audit finding on our financial statements, as we had it approved in September when it should have been approved in June, by June 30th. Each year, it is scheduled, pre-scheduled as part of our rolling June board meeting. So this will just be our annual time to do this. But it is a self-assessment, and you can see the attached scoring. It's a scoring sheet, and it puts you in really low. Instead of shooting from the hip, I'll pull it up, and it ranks us on very low, moderate, high, and very high. And so this year we are at the 355 mark. So we would be low. Number 8, this will be a concern for us moving forward.
just because you can't answer the question doesn't mean that you failed or anything. It's just a checklist, and it increases. If we had an internal audit function, would it increase or would it reduce our fraud risk? Yes, it would. But there's always, everything with finance, there's always a cost benefit. And the smaller the district, the harder it's going to be to fund a robust internal audit. So we don't have that, but mostly due to size and funding. So that will always be a 20 off. We're also working on a more robust, on number 4, a more robust way to commit in writing to abide by the statement of a statement of ethical behavior. I've received a draft of this. I'll be forwarding on to the board. We're looking, it's just ways to improve. That's what this is. That's the way we look at it. And so I'll be forwarding that on, and that will be on our next year, on our next year's, essentially our mandatory training. We'll have it electronically, but it will be in writing, and there will be a check or something of that nature to where each employee and each elected official will state, yes, I'm willing to abide by this statement of ethical behavior. And so we'll forward that statement on to you. And potentially bring it to a board meeting if necessary, but yeah, it'll be there. Any questions with regards to this fraud risk assessment?
I have a question.
Sure.
So down below, some of the things say yes, some say mitigating control. What does mitigating control mean?
It's, do we have policies, procedures in place to mitigate any issues there, right? Do we have see, are all people who are able to collect cash or check payment different from all the people who are able to adjust customer accounts? So we have cash handling policies and trainings that every employee has to take, and that we can hold people accountable to, and that we have checks and verifications in place to make sure that there's mitigating controls on areas where somebody might be, we might not meet that just due to a staffing issue, that we have mitigating controls in place to reduce the risk of a person handling cash per se, which we do on those mitigating controls. Did that answer your question, Tanya?
Yes.
So there's
Thank
either a
you.
yes, a no, or a mitigating control.
Yeah, yes, it does.
So our policies and procedures take care of that with the mitigating control.
Do you see anything there that you feel like could be better?
Sure. Even with our controls in place, right? We are reviewing our, for example, we are reviewing our financial procedures manual, which is, it's a more robust, it falls under our policies. So we have our policies and then we have our procedures that really detail out each step. We, as a finance department, are reviewing that today, and there's always ways to improve. So if we see those areas, we make those improvements. I'll be forwarding on, it's kind of a shameless plug for this financial procedures manual, but we'll be sending it to the finance committee as well as the board as a whole with red line changes. So yes, there are areas that we can improve on. And we have those, and it's not just in any specific category. All across the board, we're looking to improve.
Thank you. I like that because we can always improve, right?
Yes, and with your oversight, we have, for example, our audit committee. I'll just share this as well. Audit committee is one of the items on this. It's actually above. In this, we have an audit committee. We are, I believe we're improving our audit committee. And actually, I know we're improving our audit committee. I'll go that far. And making sure that we have proper training. We went through a training this last week to try to make sure that the audit committee understands their role in supporting you as a board in your oversight. So there are areas where, yes, we had an audit committee before. We're looking to improve on that. So there's a couple of areas where I could specifically answer your question. But,
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Jason?
Can I just add one more thing, Dave? If there's an area that you guys see, contact, that you would see improvement, or you'd be like, hey, yeah, we do have this policy in place, or we do have this procedure in place. Have you thought about this? We're open to suggestions on improving. We have our finance committee, we have an audit committee, and you can always get in touch with me as well in any areas as you're going through this saying, I have a concern about this. You know, it might be a blind spot to us. So, yeah, please let us know.
And you know, that's an important component. You board members keep us on our toes, and that's where we need to be. We don't need to be comfortable in our jobs. We need to be on our toes. So never be afraid to ask questions, or if you feel like you're being even a thorn in our side, that's okay. We need it. That's why we have a board, right? That's why we have oversight. It's an important component. So I appreciate very much the questions, the phone calls. You know, it's what, like I said, it keeps everybody moving and moving in the right direction. So thank you.
With that being said, Jason, we want to thank you and your department. I've learned in serving on the school board, finances in a school district are different than anywhere else in the world, I believe.
I believe you're right.
Fully Toledo, but Jason has done a lot of things, him and his department, and they continue to try to do things to simplify, make more plain, to be more public friendly, so people can understand them, and we appreciate that. That's all good things for the district in the long run.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate that.
With that being said, we're going to move to item number K. And Superintendent Dr. Rick Whitford for the UN School District Strategic Plan.
Thank you, President. So the other thing that's really different in public education than any other industry are strategic plans. In most cases, strategic plans are all about profit margin, right? Earning a profit. And that's pretty easy to measure. In our case, it's not. We have the student learning component, but we have many other factors that come into play. This has been quite a process. We had first discussions about our strategic planning clear back in January, and I don't think a month has gone by where we've rested and not been moving forward with some action to try to bring this forward. And we have a product. It's a work in progress. We still have a lot to do, but I want to make sure that we've been moving in the right direction. I'd really like the board to approve the content along with some feedback, knowing that we can make some tweaks and adjustments. We've got to prepare this for rolling it out in the fall. I would say if we had another month, we might wait till July to get approval on the content, but we don't have a scheduled meeting in July. I think we just need to do it tonight, if the board is comfortable. Now, I want to just share some basic information. We do have 4 components to the strategic plan: mission, vision, core values, and goals. The mission statement defines our purpose and answers the question why we exist. The vision statement defines our direction and answers the question, who do we aspire to become? The core values define our beliefs about education. They serve as an anchor to keep us focused on the skills, attributes, and practices that are most important for our students, parents, staff, and community. Finally, the goals provide a clear path for improvement relative to our mission and vision, and they provide accountability, right? So we know whether or not we're progressing, and that's important, particularly progressing toward our vision. So with that, there's a little timeline that I presented in the board packet. Hopefully you guys saw that on the memo. We've had a lot of input. I go back to clear back in March. At the 1st of March, I had the opportunity to present I modeled a protocol to our principals in our DLM, and then they took that and they had meetings. Each principal met with a student group, with their parent community advisory, so their community council, and also with their staff. And rather than surveying, they brought back qualitative information. And we were able to analyze that information and glean from it, I think, some good things as the board had access to that information. And then, of course, that led to the retreat where, you know, the board really did a lot of brainstorming and prioritization. If you remember the activity of putting the dots next to each of those brainstorm items, and then being able to step back and look at that and say, wow, okay, this really does more or less identify our priorities as a board and community after receiving that input. Following that, you know, we had a process of taking that strategic plan back to the directors, getting input, taking it back to DLM. So there's been a lot of input and work on this. It's definitely not perfect. In fact, I was working on it again this morning. Every time I read it, I see things where it's like, we could be more concise with this, or we can change this to improve it. And then I received some feedback from some of you today. So what I did is I've got in front of you, there's two versions of the framework. So this is just the one pager that has the framework on it. So if you can find that document, take a look at both of those. At one point today, I had completely but shifted item 5, which is kindness, respect, empathy, and tolerance. I'd shifted that to the technical document under the category of unity. But then after some feedback today, I got thinking again, well, maybe that's important enough. We need to have it out there so it's more visible. So anyway, what I've come down to is I've got two documents now. One of them has 7 core values: work ethic, responsibility and accountability is one, grit, integrity, kindness, respect, empathy, and tolerance is one, unity, and optimism. And then the other document you see has the 8 that you've had for about a week now that you've been able to look at. And so essentially, what I've done is, if you look at the former one, item 6, which was transparency, I went ahead and put that in with integrity, because I think we can make a pretty strong connection about transparency and integrity fitting together. So transparency is still in there. It's just in the technical document, and we'll speak to it under that larger concept of integrity, okay? And then item 7, which is efficacy and growth mindset, I wrap that into work ethic. So if you look at the technical document, you'll see those concepts and values reflected pretty heavy in there, but felt like maybe we can wrap it into that. I'm not even sure work ethic is the best term to use, but I haven't found anything better. So if you come up with an idea there, I'd be open to listening and hearing what that would be. And then the one we added, of course, was unity. And the reason why I added unity, it's in our former document. So our former strategic plan had unity in there. So I went back to that and got looking at that. The reason is because we had 2 concepts or values that were really out of place, and they both dealt with collaboration, community input, and community involvement. And they just didn't fit under the other areas very well. So I brought unity in because I know those 3 things I just mentioned were important. They were part of our priority list. So I brought unity in as a good place to put them, if that makes any sense. So with that, if there's any discussion or feedback, do we want to just stay with the 8? Do we want to go down to the 7? What are your thoughts? If we stay with the 8, then the collaboration, those pieces are going to be a little bit out of place, but they're still going to be in there. It just depends on what you guys want to do. So I'm gonna stop talking and let you guys talk.
Who wants to go first about how they feel?
I feel like the one on the Word doc always putting stuff. So, I don't know, I think I'm fine with either.
Do you have a preference one way or the other, though?
I really don't.
Okay.
So whatever.
So how do the rest of you feel about it?
I like the 7-1 personally myself. I will support either one, but I like the 7.
Okay.
I like it too. I think I like 7 better, but either one is good. I just have a question about this word. And this is probably just me, but is resilience and grit the same thing?
So that's a good question. In fact, resilience would be part of grit, right?
But not the same thing, maybe? Doesn't express
Yeah,
the same
grit
things
would
to you.
include things like perseverance, resilience, maybe even how to find solutions to problems. There's a lot of things that might fit under that
More
category.
things you feel like
So
would
grit
fit under that.
was a term developed to
Encompass a little
yeah,
bit
because
more,
it also
maybe?
has that toughness piece in there, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but
Okay.
resilience would fall under that, I believe. And, one could even say, we could probably put grit under work ethic. You could, but.
I don't know,
but
I like
again-
I like having a word there that represents those things. So I probably just thought that word sounded a little, I don't know, maybe not as educated sounding. But
So just so you're aware, there's an author named Angela Duckworth, and she wrote a book called Grit several years ago. And since then, there's been other authors that have there's been some research on
So
this.
it's a popular kind of
So it's
keyword.
kind of a catchy thing, and it has been for about the last 5 or so years in
Okay.
education. So I think teachers will generally know what we're talking about.
Okay.
Maybe families will have to promote that so they can understand it.
Well, if it's spelled out, like you said, further in the other, I was just curious. I think you explained it really well for me, so I'm
Okay.
good.
And one thing you'll see under there too in the technical document is that concept of being Uintah strong, like sticking together through adversity, that falls under that term nicely as well. Okay.
So Superintendent,
Oh, Todd, go ahead.
in your email you sent, it said you replaced kindness, respect, empathy, tolerance with unity, yet you've got that in 5 and 6 now.
Yeah, so we had some changes throughout the day today. So that email you're looking at, we've
Yeah.
had changes since then based on some
It
feedback
has,
and
but,
conversation.
so did you want both 5 and 6 in there?
Yeah, just
with the
refer to
same-
refer to these documents right here. Yeah, sorry about that.
All right.
Usually I try not to make changes on board meeting day, but this has been a work in progress and we're going to continue.
Oh, so you
to
added
have some changes.
transparency back in, I see
Yeah.
it. All right, it was just not on
Yeah.
the board docs, so.
I'm glad you're paying attention though.
Sometimes.
That's evidence
Sometimes
right
I
there.
do.
Todd Massey is paying attention, everybody.
Well, at least I read your emails on occasion.
Which one do you like the best, Todd?
I would have went with 6, but I'll stick with the 7. I mean, now that I see, your differences here.
Yeah, the main difference is we added that respect, kindness, respect, empathy, and tolerance back in its own place. So it's like the 6 with that added.
So on your 7th, you actually have 5 as being kindness, respect, empathy, and tolerance, with 6 a unity. And over
Yeah.
here on 6 is transparency.
Yeah.
So you want transparency back in place of unity there on 7?
Well, yeah, and that's where it gets confusing with all the work that's been done today.
I know it.
But
That's what it looked like you wanted to me. So.
But let me say it again. So efficacy and growth mindset, which is number 7, we
All right.
put that under work ethic, okay?
Okay.
Transparency, we put under integrity, and then we added unity. So that's how these two are
All right.
different.
So that, I see where you're going now, because I just thought you were trying to take out those 3 with unity,
Yeah.
or 4.
Yeah, they're still in there. Everything's still in there. It's just, it's going to come out in the technical document, the longer document versus what we want to really like advertise and have people look at a glance. Okay?
Todd, make his decision.
Yeah,
So the 6 one is off the table right now. It's either the 7 or the 8.
yeah, like I said, I like 6, so, no. Just yeah,
I shouldn't have
just
put that
getting
out
those
there,
core
so
values
that's
down.
my fault.
But looking at it, a way to shrink those core values, I mean, it's just tough to do.
The 7's closer to 6 than 8, so can we go
Yeah, I
with 7?
agree. I stick with 7. Thank you.
Okay.
No, I'll take 7, but I will support.
Sounds like you have your answer.
Okay, and are there any questions about the actual mission, vision, or the goal statements at this point? Again, you've had those have, I didn't tweak those today. Those,
You haven't changed them?
haven't changed them, yep.
My hope is that we'll use this document to look at our 5 years.
I knew she was going to say that.
Well, so, you know, and that's a great comment, because this document will inform our district improvement plan. And our district improvement plan it's a broad plan. We set goals, there's measurable indicators, those KPIs that we've been talking about. Those are all important parts of that district improvement plan. And from that, our schools then submit school improvement plans that align with the district improvement plan. So it's kind of a hierarchy. This is that 30,000-foot overview, right? That's why you don't necessarily see measurable indicators on this. There's goals, but the measurable indicators are going to be very clear in our district improvement plan, and those can change from year to year as we make progress. This document stays constant, at least until the board is ready to review it again. And usually that's a 3 to 5 year cycle. So our focus after this is in place and we really promote this, we use it to influence our direction, but that district improvement plan becomes the measurable piece that holds us accountable.
So yeah, back to Robin's comment, I understand the academic skills required for the students, but state average, but that's not my goal. I hope it's not any of our goal to be at state average. I think our goal should be above state average. I think that's a goal that we need to set, that state average, if the 4-day week or the the Friday work or schedule changes that and makes us below it, so be it. But my goal is to get that above the state average. I don't know if you write that in. It's in here later, but
that's our district improvement plan right now. The goal that we wrote last year was a 2-year goal, was to be at or above the state average in all assessed areas. Now, just to put it in context, when that goal was written, we weren't at the state average in maybe, I don't want to say any area, but very few data points put us at the state average. We were below in most respects. We've already closed the gap, so we're moving in the right direction. And when we hit this goal, it's time to up the ante, right?
Yep.
Because we're always going to try to get better and improve. Thank you.
Just one other question. I know that I don't think I haven't had an answer that I'm asking it, so I'm going to ask it one more time. So USB has put out that portrait of a graduate.
Yeah.
And a lot of great work. So are we going to use that or reference it, or is that?
Well, I think that is really a lot of these same, because I've read through it, a lot of this mirrors that, but much of what's in there as well is going to be relevant for our secondary schools, particularly our high school.
Right.
Our goal is to get kids ready for high school. I mean, it's always about preparing them for the next level, and so that is an important document, and I think there's a lot of value in it. So yes.
It does break it down all the way to.
It does, yes.
So I don't know. I don't know. I would love to see us somewhere reference that. 'Cause a lot of good work.
Yeah. I'd like to do a crosswalk, with our strategic plan and that document, because again, I believe many of the same concepts are here. This, however, is, I think, a bigger picture than that. Does that make sense? This is the 30,000 foot. Portrait of a Graduate might actually come down to more usable things that we might put in our district improvement plan or in our school improvement plans. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. And we need to get in the hands of our principals. They probably have already seen it, I'm sure. So, yeah.
Did you get an answer that time, Robin?
she didn't get a commitment, but she got an answer.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to move superintendent. Sorry, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Yep, we're good.
Okay. L, Read 180 Intervention Program, and I have no idea who to call on.
Julie.
Rick?
No, I'm gonna take that one. I'm just teasing Rick.
That's what he was pointing about. I thought he was giving you that.
Yeah, so this is just probably a real quick one. If you open it up and take a look at the memorandum, there's some good information that Julie's put in there on Read 180. But Read 180 is it's a research-based reading intervention program that is particularly effective at the middle level. It works really well with middle school kids that are already, they have gaps in their reading skill sets. And it, in my opinion, I've done a lot of work with remedial reading programs over the years. I believe it's the most powerful for this age group and even for high school age kids, because it really, it's developed on the basis that you have to address the motivational issues for kids to be able to learn to read or to improve their reading skills at that age level, right? So, and that's probably true at all levels. It's easier to maybe motivate a second grader who's learning to read because of many factors, but when you get a kid that really is struggling in the 6th, 7th, 8th grade, they've had a history of failure already in reading. It's difficult for them. When you look at the risk reward for them, it just doesn't pan out, which is why a lot of times they don't continue to progress, because it's hard for them and it's frustrating. Well, Read 180 bridges that motivational gap, and they do it through technology, and they do it through high interest novels and short stories that are written at their readability level, which is a real important piece of Read 180. And so Read 180 provides a way that, students can get, they can get phonics and phonemic awareness, even kids that need more of that, but phonics instruction, they delivered systematically. They can get guided practice with materials that they're able to read with good feedback, and there's a strong comprehension and vocabulary component. And what it looks like is when you're in a Read 180 classroom, usually you see 3 groups of students. One group of student would be on a computer going through some really cool computer generated instruction. Maybe there's motivational videos that teach them about a certain concept that they're going to read about, and then there's some reading practice activities on the computer. Another group would be working in a small group with a teacher, doing some direct instruction where they're learning new vocabulary words, or they're getting practice on decoding, whatever it might be. And the third group would be doing some independent reading in the classroom. And typical classrooms have, usually a certified teacher and then a paraprofessional, and then those groups rotate about every 20 minutes or so, depending on how the day is set up. It's typically a longer block of time. Typically it's 90 minutes, but it certainly is flexible enough that you can do it in 50 minutes. And anyway, in the past, I've seen a lot of growth. I've seen some kids that, because of the motivational factors, they'll gain like 3 years of reading in 1 year, which is fantastic. So think about how that saves a kid. And you're not going to get that result with every kid, but you're going to get it with a handful. But most kids are going to gain more than a year, maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years in a year's time. So you're going to start catching them up. And these are kids that have probably never gained a full year in a year. So it's really a wonderful thing for kids. With this, they're going to be able to again, be more prepared for the reading demands and the language arts demands that they reach in high school. There's also a component called System 44, and it's a real intensive phonics piece for kids that have big gaps and holes in their ability to decode. And so there's the Read 180 component and the System 44 component. So what we're proposing is to spend a big chunk of money from our ESSER 2 or 3 on this, Jason? Is it? I think it's ESSER 2. And so our plan is to bring in and actually hire staff and make a 3-year commitment with staff. And so set aside money right now that would pay for the staffing and the software for the next 3 years to implement this program. And I'm trying to see if Julie put the money figures in here. Very bottom. Oh, I haven't gotten that far down yet. So you can see the costs of the program. It is expensive. I'm going to read the proposal. So using the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funding, we will be able to fund this program for 5 years. It's a 3-year commitment on the funding. I think it's 5 on the, oh, we did go to 5, didn't we, across the board? We did. Okay, so we were also planning to provide, right, teachers to, yeah, the 5 years is on the Read 180 end. So we are also planning to provide teachers to champion the project along with existing special education teachers. So attached are the proposals and costs for a 5-year contract. The vendor is on a state contract and purchasing procedures have been followed, awaiting board approval to proceed. So Read 180 System 44 is $60,039.20 per year. And the reading inventory, that's the assessment piece that comes along with that, is just over $6,400 a year. So we're asking for the board approval for the purchase of over $50,000 for the reading curriculum. So I'm sorry, this is just for the Read 180 for the actual reading program, for the computer license, all the student materials, and the training that comes along with it. And that is a 5-year commitment. We can only commit out 3 years on the staffing because of the ESSER 2 funds. So if you look at that bottom paragraph, it says the ESSER funds will also fund 3 teachers for 2 years.
For 2 years.
So man, I've got my facts wrong. So for 2 years to champion the program. After 2 years, the district will fund half of the positions in school, and each school will be asked to fund the other half from other existing sources such as the school trust lands or TSSA. So schools will have some decisions to make as they look at data and assess the effectiveness of the program. So anyway, that's the proposal, and you can go down to the next page and look at the actual description. That's the application to use the funds. And if you go down to the very bottom, the total project costs, so that includes the teachers, so this is staffing, and it's a big price tag, including the licenses, and the reading inventory comes out to just over $1.2 million. And so some of that will purchase just to be clear about this. Okay, Jason, now I'm confused because this does say 3 years for the teachers.
So that was our application. There may have been some, so we
changed at one point. Jaime, you might need to come up and help us with this, but I know originally we talked about 2 years, but I'm pretty sure we went to 3.
Your numbers show 3 teachers.
The teacher's salary, yeah, the numbers show for 3 years.
Can
you clarify
There's
that?
a couple of options. One was to pay out of ESSER 2 funds. We had the one, I think about $800,000, and then with ESSER 3, so it'd be a combination once the ESSER 3 comes in, and it is a 3-year. What we approved, I believe, I don't have it in front of me, was a 3-year, because that's all the funds that we have for the ESSER. And then from that, like what you said was right, the schools would have to think about their own funds.
Okay. So the dollar figures in this 1.2 include 3 teachers for 3 years?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay.
Yeah, it states that at the bottom there, so.
Yep.
And this is for the 2 middle schools?
This is for Eagle View and the 2 middle schools.
Also
it's
3 schools?
It's
Okay.
3, and we'd put a full-time teacher in each of those buildings, and
Okay.
and Eagle View would actually run a lot of their kids through this program.
Yeah.
So it'd
Okay.
be a.
So back to item 1, it says reading mastery. It's extend our existing curriculum, but yet then 2 and 3, you're purchasing a program that has a different curriculum than, what curriculum are they using for this 180 System 44?
Yeah, so reading mastery is something that we're currently doing, we've been doing, and this is just some background. We've had some coaching, and we've really upped the ante on reading mastery at all of our schools. It's mostly for students with disabilities that are on IEPs, and so the reading mastery, the focus really, it's been K-5. This will provide a similar type instruction we believe will be even more effective for the kids in grades 6 through 8. Okay?
So reading for success, that number 2 item, then that's, again, new curriculum of some sort
Just a minute, give me a sec.
that we're not using. Sorry, that's back to the top of your memo, 1, 2, and 3.
Those are the three options they were looking at. Reading
Right.
mastery, reading for success, and reading 180, systems 44.
Yeah, so,
So you're not
one
going
of the
to,
questions was, could we implement reading mastery with the middle school level kids or the other program that you've mentioned? And as we did our research, again, it's that motivational piece that we're worried about, especially kids that currently go through, if they get reading mastery K through 5, they get pretty burned out with it. I mean, it's a great program, but there comes a point in time where, you know, when you're getting intense direct instruction where it's time to move on to something different. Read 180 takes a different approach. There is a direct instruction component, but it's only a third of the program. It's not the whole thing.
Board members, other questions?
I just have a comment. I like in the memo too, you talked about extending this to general ed too, which I thought was fantastic. But this is exactly what we should be using those ESSER funds for. I
Yep.
think addresses loss, learning loss, the gaps that we'll see for the next several years, as well as just ones where we started. But I just felt that those components of not just general ed and using the ESSER funds, I'm super supportive of this.
Yeah, and just so the board knows, we already assessed all the kids that are current 5th graders to determine which kids would fit into this program next year. I think we assessed the older kids too, but you know, that assessment piece is important. We're going to be able to assess kids along the way regularly. It's a form of you know, just monitoring their progress, and so if we have even a new kid that moves in, we're going to catch them, and we're going to be able to provide services to all the kids that are in need. And then we also will have exit points, so we'll know when they score a certain score, it's time to pull that kid out of Read 180 and make room for another kid to come in that might need it.
so Jason, you're confident in the ability to use that funding in this way, to extend it out for those?
Yes, this meets, so the state would like to see new projects intended to intervene and improve the learning loss. Now, can we spend it on other items? Yes, but they have to fall within the federal mandates. But the state, yeah, this is following right in line.
So I agree with Robin on this, that utilize it as the best we can, and this seems like a program that's.
My only concern with the ESSER funds is they can't be, like,
They run out.
They sunset, right? So,
Yeah.
so this is meant to get in there, give a punch, right?
We can always
Then reassess, I guess.
reassess and verify if we want to continue with the program, but it sounds like a good program.
Well, if
Have you
we're-
seen some results on this 180 system then?
In the past, in my previous life, I've seen this implemented in both of my previous 2 school districts, and was very impressed with the results that we received.
Okay.
It is expensive, and that's going to be one question moving forward. Can we sustain this over time? Well, it depends on how valuable it is. I'm here to tell you, if our principals are seeing the kind of results I've seen in the past, they're going to find a way to keep, funding this program.
I agree. Well, thank you for researching that and finding that.
Yeah. And in some cases, it's using money differently. I mean, we're already spending money to help kids become better readers at the middle school. We're just not using anything this systematic. So it could just be we're shifting how we're using those funds. But before we quit doing what we're doing, we want to see the results and see how this is working.
Great.
I loved it, yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, we move on?
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna move to number 4, informational
No, you didn't. I just know I'm standing between you and dinner, so I'm going to be fast. That's my goal.
Yeah, dinner
I know,
shot.
that is
Dinner's
true.
after the meeting.
That's going to end up during the Jazz game, unfortunately. Hey. So, I know, I shouldn't have brought that up. Sore subject. So in board docs, you'll be able to see the detailed reports for each individual school. And I'm not going to take the time to go over every single one. I just want to highlight some of the things. Counselors every year, they're asked to put together a data project. And this is really to see if what they're doing is making a difference. And so knowing that we were anticipating some COVID slide this year, all of their projects focused around academics. Uintah Middle and Vernal Middle both focused on math, getting those math skills up to par and putting students in intervention courses and saw great success with that. Eagle View focused on reading levels. Ashley Valley focused on course completion and credit recovery, and they actually saw a 47% increase in the amount of credits that were earned at Ashley Valley this year. So that was a huge increase for them. And then UHS, because they're such a large school, they always kind of do almost two goals. So they focused on math and English of their incoming ninth graders. And so they assessed those ninth graders and determined which ones should be placed in intervention classes, and then worked with the teachers on the curriculum and on the intervention strategies used. So you'll see the varying degrees of success, but overall, I feel really good about how the counselors performed. And just that they are really focused on those students and getting them up to par so that we can bring them up and get them where they need to be successful. And most of them took place in intervention classes. And you know, students learn at different rates. And so we see time and time again that just a little extra time, little extra attention with those students really can make a huge difference. And especially at the high school level, those students went on to earn passing grades, the majority in their ninth grade English and ninth grade math classes. And when you're talking credits, that's a great thing so that they can be on track for graduation. Do you have any questions about any of the data projects that are presented? If you do, please reach out to me and I can talk to you in great detail, but I won't bore you with all the nitty-gritty details at this moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Mindy. We really appreciate it.
That was fast, Mindy.
I told you it would be fast. I'm not even gonna belabor it.
We moved you up on the agenda. We figured you was going to take more time. Okay, committee, board members, fellow board members, if it's okay with you, we're 3 minutes away from supposed to start our business meeting. So I'm going to scratch the committee report and we'll get back to them in August. With you guys' approval, I would, we'll take a short break and start the business meeting at 6:05. That would be okay.
Do we need a motion to?
I don't think in this.
Technically, no, but it never
work
hurts. So
session.
if someone
Yeah,
wants
that's, I was gonna, I would make a motion that we adjourn this meeting. The work session.
We have a motion and a second. Did you get it, Shauna, or did you? Todd made the motion, Scoop seconded it. We will reconvene at 6:05. I didn't ask for a vote. Is anybody against that?
2 years. You know what I'm saying? We should have said it.
but-
You're gonna make this, you know,
Yeah.
because, you know, let's give it a try means,
Plan to fail.
let's plan to fail.
Yeah.
And so when you said that, it dawned on me that maybe we didn't push that. So if you say that stronger,
Is that sign-up sheet
I'd be
down
more
there?
happy. I mean, the reality is this is, we're looking for success. I mean,
Welcome, everybody. We want to call this business meeting to order. Just so that I don't forget later on, if any of you want to comment during this meeting, you need to sign the sign-up sheet that's here on the front of the stage. So please sign up with it. Pastor Connie Gordon is here. We want to thank her. She's here to do our reverence. And then Dean John is here to do our Pledge of Allegiance. We appreciate you guys coming. And we'll turn the time over to Pastor Connie Gordon.
The Lord be with you. Let us pray. Loving and gracious God, you are indeed the giver of all good things. We thank you today for all your blessings, for the successful outcomes of our students and our schools, for all our teachers and staff members. Keep them well and safe during the summer recess. Grant us health in the year to come. We ask that you bless these officials as they continue to seek your wisdom, guidance, courage, and strength. Be with them in their deliberations and help them to make wise and balanced decisions for the good of all who have placed their trust and confidence in their leadership. Give them the insight to lead with integrity. Keep them from any short-sightedness, pettiness, or self-interest. Help them to only make decisions that are for the good of all. Grant to all the humility to seek first your will in all that we say or do. All glory be to you, Father Almighty, now and always. Amen.
Amen.
And John's going to help us too. I don't know whether she's the boss or whichever one. Thanks, Ann.
Will the audience please rise and follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The audience may be seated.
And indeed, thank you for taking time out of your schedule and coming and helping with that. And Pastor, thank you also. We appreciate it. Patron input, no items have been received in accordance with the board policy. So we will move to the business action items.
We have some signed in.
Oh, I missed, sorry.
We have two. Do you want to just reiterate the rules? It's a 3-minute rule.
Okay, we want to remind everybody that there's a 3-minute rule, and so, oh, you're the timekeeper, not the reader, no. She could probably do both. And so, just remember to keep it fair. We're going to start with Marcia Curtis, and then we'll go to Wendy Johnson.
Thank you. I'm Marcia Curtis. I am the president for the local teachers association for Uintah School District. And I want to start off being that you know what I said last month. But I wanted to talk about where this is going to happen. There was some things that I wanted to address that have come up today that I didn't get to see until today what the final proposed plan was going to be for Fridays. So I'll be as quick as I can and go through my notes. The proposed Friday plan, let's see, a few concerns regarding the teachers in our school district and how this proposed plan will affect their success with their students. Number one, elementary teachers with prep hours needed for teaching all subjects. Number two, I made myself some little notes here real quick. I'll go through. At a secondary level, you have schools will have Monday through Thursday regular school. And then on Fridays, we're not going to know. I'm not sure how that's going to look. Are we going to have anywhere from 15 to 25 or 40 students show up on a Friday? And so I'm wanting to know what that looks like on a secondary level with one teacher trying to wear all the hats. That's one math teacher for all their students they teach in a day or every day, how that's going to look for what they need to prepare for to help those students on those Fridays. Then, let's see, and you did address the more teacher burnout, so I want to address that also. Let's see, duties for teachers on Fridays. Will aids be provided for bus arrivals, bus departures, students going to lunch, coming back from lunch before they get on the bus? Between like hall duties on Fridays with the kids coming from one teacher to another in the school buildings. I know some of this you said that each school administration gets to decide, but I'm saying I have questions for our teachers. What will be required? Well, I did see that now that I've read the plan while I've been sitting here. Again, the same question though. How will teachers be able to prepare for the students who show up on Fridays, as I mentioned before? For example, if I have a student that shows up on a Monday and they don't quite get what we did on Monday in my Utah Studies class, that was 2 weeks ago, and then they show up on a Friday, how am I going to know what I need to do for that particular student to help them be successful with their assessment, their assignments from the week prior or 3 days prior? And then the last item with the data tracking, which is important regarding our students, will there be tracking for all the extra work that teachers will be doing to accommodate this proposed Friday plan? And I think that's it. But I just wanted to address the things that came up while I was listening to the Friday plan today. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Wendy Johnson. I am going to be the vice president for UCEA next year. I teach at Ashley Elementary. I'm a little concerned about some of the Friday activity plans. I'm worried about the teachers and on how in our elementary schools, who's picking up watching those kids out front, who's watching kids getting off the bus in the back, who's taking care of those kids during breakfast and lunch. Because as teachers, we can't be doing those duties and have our children coming to our classrooms by themselves. And so that concerns me that it's not going to be just a 2-hour block of teaching or a 3-hour block of teaching. It's going to be more like half the morning, the morning session. And then for me, at least at our school, we have so much training. We already have 3 trainings for summer training that, yes, I know we're salary, but we're not getting paid for. And it's extra time for us. A lot of extra time for teachers to do that. And it's necessary so that we have the training to be able to get ready for the following year. So we understand that. But are we taking that into consideration for our teachers? And knowing that we're working so hard. We already have in our school a book that we have to read and do also, a meeting each week. We have our PLCs, we have our Hegarty, our CKLA, our letters training. Our principal came and gave us an email this week that said that some of the things in letters is not correct and that we need to adjust and work on all that stuff. How much money did we spend on that if they're teaching nouns and complex and simple sentences wrong? That's scary to me. And so I was like, oh my goodness. I'm concerned about, we need to make sure that the teachers are getting their planning time. Because this last year with COVID, we had extra responsibilities, which we were able to do. It was hard sometimes to do, and yes, we did a whole lot of work outside of our school hours. With a new program, and it's so all-encompassing, the whole day is taken for this. Are we going to have our planning time? And looking at it, knowing that the things that we have responsibilities to meet each Friday, I don't see how that 2 hours is going to, it always seems to trickle away, and we don't get it. And parents contacting us, and when we have our office hours from 9 to 11, parents are working. They can't contact us, so they contact us later. And I can't tell you how many calls I've taken at 9 o'clock at night and been on the phone for an hour with parents. And so things like that, that's part of our job, and we know that. But are we taking that into consideration for our teachers? Because you mentioned concern for burnout, and there's some teachers that are really close. And we've got our summer, but we're already starting to do work. I've been working the whole summer on school stuff already. And so just be aware of, and I know you guys are, I know you've been working so hard for us, and we appreciate that. We really do. Thank you.
You must have rehearsed that to get that exactly at 3 minutes. I'm impressed.
We'll move to the business and action items. Consent calendar. Number 8, do I have a motion for the consent calendar?
We have to pull one thing off, right? That we had to. Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar. With. Oh, I do say that then?
Correct, Superintendent?
I'd say make the motion and have discussion.
Yeah, make the motion, have discussion on it.
Make the motion and then we'll have discussion.
So I just make I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Discussion.
So now we need to pull, now I have to find what number it was. It was the purchasing.
So you need to pull the purchasing policy 004.
0200.
Point.
I think you only need to pull it out if you're making changes to what was presented tonight. If you're not changing what was presented tonight, then you just need to approve the consent calendar.
Well, we were just, because it was different in the memo we sent us than what was on our, but we don't need to.
Yeah, but there's been nothing changed since the presentation tonight, and that's what you're approving. That's what's on the consent
So
calendar.
we're good?
So hold it.
But if you want to pull something out, you can to change, if you're proposing changes to what was presented tonight.
But we don't, it was different than the original board doc, but he gave us a memo that we discussed in work session with those changes, so we don't need to pull that off of the
Right,
consent
because
calendar?
ultimately you're voting on what was presented tonight.
Okay.
Okay? Yep.
Do we need to clarify though?
Yeah, I think we probably need to clarify. Robin, did you take notes on that?
Well, what the change was on the reference.
Are you comfortable with that?
It was
They
the
were on the
purchasing
memo.
policy.
Yeah.
Yep.
On the memo.
1, A through B,
Mm-hmm.
which included 4 different items.
That's right.
Yeah. So just review those in discussion, and then I think we're good to go.
You have them up, Tommy?
And Jason can
might.
review those actually too. It's
You have
tricky.
them up, Jason?
I'll pull them up. I don't have them up right now, no.
The main thing is just that we're clear, right, on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay?
E through D.
So Jason, moving to the, one of the consent items is the budget. Did you want to clarify my question in the working session? You've had a chance now to look at it. Sorry, I blindsided you in the working session. Did you want to take some time to?
Yeah, we'll have our final budget adoption for both of them.
So-
We can talk about the rates.
You want to talk about the rates of that? Okay.
Okay, I have them now. Okay, so A through D were section 9.1.4.1, annual capital outlay request submission and has not exceeded the approved budget by more than 20%. A second approval by the board is not required. Should be changed to annual capital outlay request submission and has not exceeded the approved budget by more than the lesser of 15% or $250,000. A second approval by the board is not required. B, please add the effective date of July 1st, 2021. C, 10.4 can be removed as the final verbiage falls in line with our normal process for small purchases. D, 15.2 needs to keep the language annually or. Here we go.
And there's a new word in there, verbiage. Anyway.
So we don't need another motion, we can just vote now?
I don't think we do. I mean, the motion to approve the consent calendar includes what
Includes
is in
that.
front of you and what was presented, so I think we're okay.
So we can just vote?
So we've just clarified what your motion meant. And Tanya made the motion and Robin seconded that. Is there any other discussion? We'll call for a vote then. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Wow, I haven't read that. I was expecting this to be a while longer. You have the review for that, Robin. The board has a need to go into closed session. Do I have a motion?
Are we to that point already?
We're on,
What did I do?
we're on 2B.
You went to 3B.
Approval of the contributory
I'm sorry,
retirement.
guys.
That's okay.
Okay. 2B, approval of the contributory retirement contributions. Do I have a motion?
I move that the following resolution be approved. Be it therefore resolved that the Uintah School District formally agrees to pick up 5% required member contribution for all eligible employees required to contribute to the Utah Retirement System's contributory retirement plan for the fiscal year 2021 to 2022. The Uintah School District will continue to pay 5% as employer contribution as outlined by statute.
I would leave,
And that's,
you want to leave the statute out?
Statute, the will clarify, like,
Statute to be clarified, is that how we want to word that?
on the numbers. The statute's there, you just don't have the exact number.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Robin, a second by Tanya. Any discussion?
Sorry, we already did.
Oh, sorry, Todd.
Sorry, we already discussed and we, without you asking, sorry.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Jason, is C and D two separate motions?
yes, definitely two separate ones.
Final budget adoption. I would accept a motion for the final budget adoption.
Just to clarify, for the 2020, 2021 school year, right?
Yes.
Okay. Fiscal year, sorry.
Include that in your motion.
I have the verbiage in the memo as well. And we need to read every dollar amount.
I'll do it. I'm not. So, I move that the Board of Education approve the final amended budget for the 2020-2021 school year as follows. Maintenance and Operations Fund, $68,744,434. Student Activity Fund, $1,365,526. Student RDA Fund, $796,000. Debt Service Fund, $9,091,126. Capital Outlay Fund, $15,923,151. Child Nutrition Fund, $401,838. Municipal Building Authority Fund, $1,862,426. Flexible Funding,
Spending.
Flexible Spending Fund, $118,270 for the total budget for the 2021 final amended budget of $101,302,771.
All figures correct, please. Do we have a second?
No second.
Scoot Wilkins seconded that. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. 2021-2022 budget adoption. I would entertain a motion. Todd or Tony, do you have it up?
I think so, yeah.
We're getting there.
I got it.
Move the mic a little closer, Tony.
Okay. I move that the Board of Education approve the final original budget for the 2021-2022 school year as follows. Maintenance and Operations Fund, $70,847,356. Student Activity Fund, $1,547,400. RDA Fund, $796,000. Debt Service Fund, $3,285,625. Capital Outlay Fund, $7,854,378. Child Nutrition Fund, $3,446,964. Municipal Building Authority Fund, $11,002,580. Flexible Spending Fund, $125,000. Total budget of $98,905,303.
She needs to do the tax piece.
We also have the tax piece.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Scroll down just a little bit.
Sorry, I didn't realize. The Board of Education also approves the following tax rates. Board local levy, 0.002897. Is that how I say it? Capital local levy, 0.001936. General obligation debt, 0.000858. Charter school levy, 0.000174. Do I read this last part? Okay.
No, that's it.
All is okay?
Connie's made a motion. Do we have a second? Robin McClellan seconded.
Robin?
Okay, I don't know who you want to pick. They both did. We have a dual second.
I'll take
Robin.
Robin.
Okay, you all right, Connie?
Yep.
John?
Oh,
Please. Any discussion?
I kind of blindsided Jason in our working session on the levy taxes. That would be the board levy tax, the capital levy, local levy, as well as the general obligation debt, and come up with a figure of an increase of 0.000148 to our taxpayers, which I calculated, Jason, at based on our county rate at $581,658 or $653 increase to the taxpayer. I'll give you a chance now to verify where I was getting at.
Yeah, so just to make sure that we reconcile out, so if we take the 0.000148, that's the difference in the rates year over year. So the rates are calculated with the denominator of the proposed tax rate value. So if you take last year's tax rates and times them against a new valuation, yes, it will change the amount that's brought in. Does that make sense? Because the valuation, how we get our rates is based off of the valuation. So in this current year, or year over year, our revenues will remain essentially status quo. If you do take a change in the rate year over year and times it against the new tax base valuation, it will give you varying results. So, so the revenue that we are bringing in is essentially the same, but the rates are different. Absolutely, the rates are different, and it's because of the valuation fluctuations year over year. So we dropped, last year was $3,930 million, and then the rest goes on. I'm just going to leave it at that. $3,930 million.
The county.
The county, yes, that's correct. And that's our base, that's the denominator and how we back into the rates. So, oh, and it's going to make me re-log in.
So wait, Todd, what you did,
So,
you were totaling all of the tax rates? Is that what you did?
so I compared this year's, those three tax rates, I compared those to last year's. tax rates, and then I took this year's evaluation of the 3.9 that Jason's talking about, and that's how I come up with an increase of 581.
It is.
It is.
You want apples to apples, right? You want same year valuation to same year tax.
Yeah. So I guess my main question was, is it increasing the taxpayers' contribution, or is it not? So that's what I wanted to clarify.
To answer your question, it depends, right? It depends on the individual taxpayer's valuation. But that's not how we
As
set.
a whole, though, no.
As a whole, the same amount of revenue is coming into the district. Anytime valuations change, even if the valuation were to remain the same, by the way, but let's say it stayed the same, I don't see how this would actually happen in real life, but in theory, if the business valuation dropped and the homeowner's valuation increased by the exact same amount, you could never tell somebody that their taxes are going to remain the same, because it's just shifting who pays them. So it's virtually impossible to say that the taxes are ever going to stay the same, just based on who's paying them. If your valuation remained the exact same, which it could, and we kept the rates the exact same, then yes, it would stay the same.
But our county evaluation is going to be way down this year again.
Yeah, it dropped. It went from 3.9 $3,900,000,000. I'll just shorten it at that, to 3,008,000,000. I'm just shortening those. So essentially, about $100 million of valuation is gone. So what does that do? That just means that the rates, if you're pulling in the same revenue, the rates go up, but the same revenue comes in.
Okay, for clarification, you were talking taxes, you guys are talking property taxes.
Property taxes, that's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, we're talking property tax based on
Right, I mean,
on the assessed value. The assessed value,
taxes are going up, I just wanted to make
right.
sure.
Yeah, the assessed value changes from year to year. I believe, talking with the county assessor, I think they assess 20% of the homes, if I recall, every
Kind of on
a
a
5-year
five-year
rotation.
cycle.
So you may get an increase based off the fact that your home value went up as well. And so I just wanted to allow you to clarify that and allow, I think the reality is we don't want to make it look like that we're increasing taxes if we're changing these, if we're staying neutral. The other option would be that we remain the same as last year and decrease our income, which makes a deficit. And so we could say, well, we can accept a deficit of $581,000. Where are we going to come up with that deficit?
Sure.
You know, do we come up with it out of our surplus funding, or how do we pay for that deficit?
The reality that our business is the lion's share.
Sure.
Yeah, and our businesses, the reality is they're the ones that are coming down, so the burden's being put more on from my understanding, the burden's being put more on the homeowner because of the business situation in our area.
And, we hope to see a change in that trend.
Yes, we
should. We should be seeing a change in that trend.
The trouble with that is that doesn't reflect for another year.
Right.
It'll be a year before we see that change.
Yeah.
Sure.
See, it's good we were proactive when we gave it the $3.5 million tax cut last year.
Yeah. And so you have the option of cutting again this year or staying the same. And I guess that's Jason saying we're going to try and stay neutral.
Yes. How we've built the budget
is
neutral. It is a valid point. I know that other areas, they do look at rates differently. So we're certainly open to that option. It's just how we built the budget this year was based off of the kind of the auditor's certified rate revenue, or the certified rate is what they call it.
So my statement in the working group was the fact that, as long as we spend our budget and we spend it like we talked earlier on some great programs, and we utilize it and not just let it set in a surplus, then I think the taxpayers are happy that we're using it wisely. But if we just set it as a surplus and just continue to build a surplus, then I think it frustrates our taxpayers.
Right, and the reality is we're doing the opposite. We're using a deficit spending plan. We've just had some, it sounds kind of funny, but we've had a hard time deficit spending and implementing the plan because the federal government's given us all this money.
Right.
That's the reality we're in. So, yeah. But,
So-
but we are, our plan is to deficit spend every year until we
Till we-
gradually tear down that surplus.
In reality, that's been a real blessing. That money will go away, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Can't last forever. Thank you, Jason, for that explanation.
Yeah, and
I
just
just wanted to
one
give
more
you
thing.
the opportunity to,
That's great.
One more piece of this and thing to consider is inflation is happening right in front of our eyes.
it is.
Probably more than I've seen in my lifetime, right now. Things are more expensive, wages are increasing. There's things happening probably as a result of the federal stimulus money, but, you know, that's something to keep in mind. It's gonna cost us more money to operate moving forward. It just is.
It just is. Yeah. Yeah, they claim the CPNI is underestimated right now, based on reality, the way they do it today compared to what they did 10 years ago.
Sure.
So, yeah, there's some challenges ahead, and there's some opportunities ahead as well, we think, so.
Yeah, and I appreciate the discussion as well. At first, I was like, oh. caught me
You
off guard
wondered
a
where I
little
got
bit,
my numbers.
but yeah, after we looked at it, it's a valid point, certainly one that in the future we should discuss, but.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thanks, Todd.
Any other discussion? We'll call for a vote then. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously, I think, John. Not I think, I know. Now are we ready to go into closed session? Certainly I don't jump, skip out here, good. That's how you make an agenda shorter, folks, you skip out.
And I think, Ron's ready.
Love making motions. I move that Uintah School District Board of Education enter into closed session for the following: discussion of character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual, and specifically, just for transparency, we are going in to discuss the evaluation and contracts of our business administrator and our superintendent. And we're going in the conference room.
We need to go by roll call, so if you'd please state your name and vote.
McClellan, aye.
Wilkins, aye.
McKee, aye.
Massey, aye.
Shivers, aye.
Did we make a motion in a second?
Yeah, we did make a
You made the motion. We need a second.
I'll second it.
first. Okay, so Tommy made the motion in a second.
Now we roll call.
I'm glad somebody keeps this in line.
I'm sure glad somebody. Robin made the motion, Tanya seconded it.
Let's do the roll call.
Let's do the roll call one more time.
McClellan, aye.
Wilkins, aye.
McKee, aye.
Massey, aye.
Shivers, aye.
Nope, we are good.
No, I don't want to come and talk to this, Robin. Tanya was on that team years ago, she beat me up.
Yes.
Reconvene.
I will make a motion to reconvene our business meeting.
I'll second it.
Scoot Wilkins seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
So I think we'll come back now to 2E, right?
Pardon me, which one?
Yeah, 2E.
Okay. We're on 2E, superintendent's evaluation and an approval of contract. I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve. Do we do both of them? Okay, just one? I will make a motion to approve the superintendent's contract as written. There you go.
I would second that motion.
Bob Massey seconded the motion. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Move on to item F, business administration and administrators evaluation and approval of contract. I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to finalize the business administrator's evaluation and contract.
Scoot Wilkins made a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Tanya McKee seconded it. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Personnel changes. Could we turn, I need the motion. Hey, Rick, watch this. I need a motion to approve the personnel changes.
I move that we approve the personnel changes as presented.
I'll second it.
Scoot Wilkins seconded it.
Thank you for, you called me Rick twice there, that's great. As you can see in your packet, the board, we're requesting approval of 25 candidates for new hire, many of those seasonal, as well as some part-time. We have 8 current employees that have been reassigned to new positions, and 7 to fill extracurricular coaching positions. And for your information, 4 candidates to fill an interim coaching position. And then last of all, this one's unique and new. We're requesting 1 rescinded resignation that the board approved last month.
Any questions? If you do, please remember to refer to them by number. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Thank you.
Yeah. So.
Sure.
My computer went down.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
computer.
Yeah.
Oh, so I got that. Just make sure. I'm looking at the wrong stuff here, so, okay, I got it. So I think I wonder if, what do you think about announcing the principal change publicly? I don't think that we've done that. Other than,
I think that's good. Would you do all 3?
yeah, I think we should do that. Because we just haven't done it. Okay. So.
we have some informational items that the superintendent's going to share with us.
Give me just a second, you guys.
Students just met. Why he's doing that, looking for the informational item, we're hoping our next meeting, which is in August, I didn't look up the date.
Second Wednesday.
That's a Wednesday for our next board meeting. We don't have one in July, so we'll reconvene as a board in August. We're hoping we're in our new board room. It's on the 11th, so we're hoping that we'll be at the BHI building. Stay tuned for, we got to get that name. For the new district building, that's where we'll be at. We hope. That sounds better. And so we'll be at the new district building. We're hoping for that meeting. Superintendent.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we've just had some administrative changes in our district, and just realized that we probably haven't really publicly announced some of these. And so, as many know, we've had a swapping of principals between Uintah Middle School and Uintah High School. So Christy Nurden will become the new principal at Uintah High School, and Sharon Shipton becomes the new principal at Uintah Middle School. This is quite a change, and we believe it'll be a good thing for both of these administrators and for both of the buildings. So we're excited about this. Also, Don Heath is the new principal over at LaPointe Elementary. So that's another change, and that vacated a position, the assistant principal position at Uintah Middle School, which we have hired Jackie Colton to be the new principal, assistant principal at Uintah Middle School. She'll work there with Sharon Shipton. So we welcome these what's that? Yeah, I think we've done that one. Yeah, Deanna Martineau at Naples Elementary. So I think we've done that. But I just want to congratulate these ladies, these individuals, and Don as well. And I didn't mean to call Don a lady. Sorry, Don, if you're out there listening. But these are all going to be good changes. We welcome them and appreciate their commitment to excellence here in Uintah School District.
Jackie, are you here with us?
Right here.
Steve, please stand up so the other board members so they recognize you.
Do you guys?
You're the only one here, but we give a round of applause to all of our new administrators.
All right.
Good luck in your new endeavors, and we're here to support.
Jackie worked, I don't know if you guys had the opportunity to, you guys were all at graduation. I stood a little closer to Jackie than you did, but she had a lot of kids that came around through the line and took the time to give her a hug, and you know, she's built great relationships with the kids at Uintah High School as a student success coordinator over there, and she's really been a quasi-administrator. She's attended a lot of our DLMs, or district leadership meetings. So she actually has been well trained, and she's ready to hit the ground running on this one. So we're looking forward to working with her.
Okay, Superintendent, we're down in the informational items. Do you have any other informational items, or are we ready to move on to calendar?
I don't have any other informational items. You want me to jump into calendar? Are we there?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, then we can come back.
Yeah.
My laptop died while we were in there. We took too much time, but I believe all we have to really think about right now, we may or may not have committee meetings. It really depends on the committee chairs in July. I would suggest that unless there's pressing things, we just take a break during the month of July from the committee meetings. You guys could all use that. Our staff at the district office could probably use it. This is a time in July where I'm looking forward to getting back into some daily reading, recharge my battery, and get those creative processes happening again. We've been so busy, and there's been so much that we haven't had an opportunity to do a lot of that. We'll continue to have directors meetings, but really, I think our next big thing will be the August board meeting. And that's going to be the second, when do you have the date? The second
The
Wednesday?
11th.
The 11th, August 11th. I don't think, is there any other dates, Jason, you can think of that are upcoming?
First day of school.
Oh, you got it. Okay. All right. Let's see what here we need to report. So, yeah, so our principals, the last day for principals will be, it'll actually be Thursday, June 17th, because we allowed them their last week to go to 410s. Okay. Yeah, that's tomorrow. Exactly. First day back for principals and assistant principals and counselors and secretaries will be August 2nd. And then, of course, the August 11th board meeting, we'll have the work session and then the business meeting. We have some employee work days, Monday and Tuesday, August 23rd and 24th. Some of this is out there a little ways. First day of school is Wednesday, August 25th. For kindergartners, it's September 1st. And I think preschool starts on September 7th. So I think we'll just leave it at that for now. Any questions about the calendar?
Everybody okay?
Okay.
I have one final thought. Tanya, I think you said the pivotal thing for us as we move forward in the district tonight, would you repeat it for us? If we have an attitude of...
I can remember what I said. I can remember. How did I put it? You put me on the spot. Yeah, well, we don't set out to fail, I guess. We set out to do our best, and we don't plan to fail. We plan to succeed and do our very best. Somebody else could probably say it better because I don't remember what I said.
Well, she didn't throw nothing at me, so we're good. I think that's a great attitude to move forward with, is if we plan to succeed. No matter what we got to do, we're going to succeed. I think it will pay great dividends. With that being said, Todd Massey, do you have anything else that you want to bring to this meeting?
Nope, I'm good, thank you, President.
Scoot?
Nope.
Robin?
So I'll add to that, there's a saying, whether you think you can or you can't, you're right.
There you go.
Amen.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I just
that's right.
appreciate all the hard work everyone's put into making this year successful.
Thank you. Jason?
I'm glad that today happened, right? We made it to the year end. Yeah. Thanks. Appreciate the support from the board.
Superintendent?
I've just got a few things. First, the past few months have been really, it's crunch time for the business department. The business office, their staff, Jason, it takes them a lot of time to put the budget together, to finalize the budget. They've been working very hard. I just want to thank everyone. I mean, really from our administrative team down to everyone in our organization, our teachers, our cooks, custodians, bus drivers. This has been a heck of a year. It really has. It's been unlike anything I've seen in my career, and I think for many people it's been maybe in ways the most difficult and maybe in ways the most rewarding year that we've ever served. And so thank you. I appreciate the positive attitude and the can-do. Our district fared way better than most. We haven't really spent the time to go over the student learning results, but we have some student growth data that is really, really good. It may be the best we've seen in this district in years, comparing back. Our kids grew a lot, and we closed the gap between Uintah and the state. In some cases, we closed it all the way. And so I'm just happy and proud of our staff, our teachers, and our parents, everyone who supported student learning. I just believe that something amazing happened here this year. And I feel blessed to be a part of it. And I just want to thank everybody. Now, I want to thank the board members too. We implemented the board committees. We've had a lot of work for board members. They've been in the office a lot. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our kids. I appreciate keeping that, that center of kids. Kids come first, and I appreciate that. So thank you for what you do to support our students and also our community. So thank you. And staff. Appreciate it.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Scoot and Robin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks, everyone.
Aye, aye, aye.